Okay, well, we are live here at the at our HR shootout. That we're ready to go with Derek Westover and his dog Shy. So as we get going, I'll comment a little. And you see a panel in front of the opening, and they have to come out to one. As we're looking at it, will be to our right side to point. So first off, a big shout out to DJ and Lauren Anderson for putting this on. They have done so much work to get this together, and all the sponsors, we'll be talking about them shortly. So Derek's doing a great job with his dog, getting him in, got him pointed in the right direction. Last cow out. Now he's pointed. He's coming over to obstacles number 2. Dog is working amazingly. Good set of cattle. Dog staying off the cattle and just directing them. So kind of the theory here, these are good cattle. The theory is to direct the front cow and push the back one. So watch as Derek goes through this, what he's doing. He's got to make sure he wants to get that other one up there. So there he goes. Now he's going to come around to obstacle number 3, which is kind of a T. He's got to go up against the wall. Thank you. Beautiful job. So you can see Sky is just directing the front one, letting the cattle move freely. The whole idea of using dogs in handling cattle is low stress. So we don't want these dogs running around and unnecessarily chewing on them. Look at how calm these cattle are. They're just perfect. So they've got to enter over here on the left opening. This is going to be his last obstacle, his sort. Derek has had to stand behind the handler's line the whole time. Last cow looks like he's in. Now he's got to sort them. One out the right hole. One out here. One out the other, the left side. They cannot back out. Looks like he's going to get him. And time stops. Very good. That's a good start. Derek Westover and Sky. Okay. Now this shootout is a little bit different than a regular trial. We drew earlier. There's 62 dogs in this. 64 dogs, sorry. There's 64 handlers, 64 dogs. Everybody can show one dog. And we draw for position. And then it's a bracket. So there'll be 4 brackets. So each contestant goes up and draws his name and a number, and they put it on the board. Then he draws another number, another name. That person comes up and draws another one, and then his name goes on the board. So you don't know who you're going against until it's all over. So Derek and Sky went first, and now this is Cindy Jennings and her dog Bay from Washington. So she's calling for her cattle. I like how nice and calmly the cattle come out. You're not allowed to send your dog until the cattle are in. Well, same thing, they've got to come through the fetch. She's got one, now she needs to go back and gather the other ones. Direct the front one, push the back ones, keep them together. They've got some of the top handlers in the United States here. They come from all over. We've got handlers everywhere from California, Oregon, Washington, Nevada, Utah, Idaho, Montana, Texas, Colorado, North Dakota, Wyoming. Got a couple from Canada. Let me look through this and see if I can find any other one. We've got Tim and Tanya Gifford come from all the way from Nebraska. And we've got John Stottlemyre, Frankie Acosta from Oklahoma. Montana, Canada. New Mexico, Leonard Morrow from New Mexico. So pretty well attended, well thought of trial here. It'll take us pretty much all day to get through these 64 runs. Want to give a big shout out to our sponsors, our title sponsor, Sharp Transportation. We really appreciate these people. If anybody sees them walking around the grounds or you do business with them, tell them thank you. They make it possible. Meserly Concrete. They sponsor the Novice Incentive, which I'll talk about in a minute. Bear River Animal Hospital. They sponsored the Intermediate Incentive. HR Stock Dogs, James and Verona Butler sponsored all the jackets. Every contestant here got a really nice jacket. You'll see a lot of the contestants wearing them. They're pretty cool, so we thank James and Verona for that. Zoetis sponsors our handlers dinner, which is tomorrow night. We appreciate that. Ray and Roberta Temple sponsored some engraved Meers as prizes. Couldn't do this without all the sponsorship and all the help that everybody puts in to make this happen. Payouts, just so you know. First place dog and handler are going to get $8,000. Second place is going to get $6,000. Third place gets $4,000. Fourth place gets $2,000. Each round winner gets $100 for every win. The novice and intermediate incentives each get $2,000 for first and $1,000 for second. So since there is no breakdown and everybody enters, and you could have an open handler competing next to against an intermediate or a novice. So like our first handler, Derek, he's an open handler, and we'll talk about all that later. Cindy here is an intermediate handler. So they're going head to head. It just depends a little bit about how your dog's working that day, how you do it. If you make a mistake or you don't make a mistake, you fall down once or you fall down twice. So the winner of each bracket, or of each head-to-head competition, like Derek and Cindy, will move on to the next bracket. And there went the buzzer. So that was time's up. Also, all contestants receive a jacket with sponsors' logos and a really nice dog bowl. I'm pretty impressed with that. That's kind of how this thing works. It's different than for those of you that are listening and watching that have been to dog trials. It's the same as far as we have a course, but the way this is run is real different. It's a bracket formation. And so now...
Next in, we have Mike Collins with Rip, Jordan Kilpatrick with Stew.
So there was actually kind of a challenge, or you might say, or a head-to-head competition between Derek and Cindy. Derek won that. Derek will move on to the next bracket. Up now we've got Mike Collins, who is an open handler from California, and his dog Rip, and they're getting ready. Mike just put on a trial at his ranch Saturday and Sunday, which I attended. Very well put on. We thank Mike and his whole family, his wife Chris, his daughter Callie, his son Cody, for putting on a magnificent trial. We had 3 trials in 2 days, long 2 days, horseback, 2 horseback trials, and a foot trial. It's really good. So Mike is going to run against another one of my friends, Jordan Kilpatrick, who is an intermediate handler from Idaho. Right now we're watching Mike and Rip. They're doing a really good job. Rip staying off of them like he usually does. In obstacle number 2, DJ has done a great job with these cattle in getting them ready. Cattle don't wind up like this just by coming off the truck. You know, there's a lot of work and preparation to get them to stick together, to respect the dog. Rip needs to go around there and control that head one, lead one in there. Now he's got to go back and push the back one, turn them around. Now you'll see he's going to run around that outside. Yep. Pushes them in. Nice job. Shout out to our cameraman, Reb Bisnet from California, another good friend of mine, doing a great job. He'll be up here running that camera a lot of the day, so it takes a small army to get this thing put together, and appreciate everybody's help. Again, you know, when you're working at home on the ranch, you're moving these cattle, especially at the price of cattle nowadays. You know, they're over $4 a pound for cattle. You know, just look, you got $2,000 plus on these cattle, each one of them. You don't want to be running the weight off of them. So to get them moved from pasture to pasture or into a corral for processing, doctoring, whatever it is, you don't need them all hyped up. You need them walking just like this. And this is what dog handling is really about in cattle handling. Low stress. And Mike's really good handler. He runs a pretty nice little cattle operation at his house. Got to get that one kind of looking in. That one wants to go out. Now, this one cannot go out until the other ones come in. So that one went out. So he's got to reload them. That one's kind of had about enough, but Rip gets around there real easily and turns them. Some of these cattle are going to be more challenging than others. They're not bad cattle. Some can be challenging. Now he's got to get all 3 of them in before he can start his load. Now they're in, and he can start his sort, rather. He's got to get, Almost. Nice saver. Yep. He's got to get one out the right side. Oh, there's a lot of just patience here. Patience and timing. Good job. Good job, Mike. Time stops when that last one's out. Really good. I don't see a clock with a time on it, so I don't know what time, but that's good. Okay. Oh, there's the clock. 4:17. Okay, that was Mike and Rip. Now we're going to Jordan Kilpatrick from Idaho and his dog Dude. So remember, right now they're not competing against everybody else. Derek competed against Cindy. Mike's going to compete against Jordan. The winner of that head-to-head competition will move on to the next bracket, which will be later this afternoon. Okay. Okay, so there is, when we start, there is a handler's line, which Jordan is just about standing on, and it goes across the arena, basically the front of the sort pen, all the way across the arena. He and the dog have to be behind that line before he sends the dog. Of course, the dog's able to cross it. Jordan has to stay behind it during the entire operation. Okay, so we've got cattle in the arena. Time started. So for those of you that are watching that aren't in the dog world, haven't been to trials, we've got a couple pretty simple basic commands that we use. Away, you'll hear the handler saying away or away to me. That is counterclockwise, like the dog's going now. If he wants him to come back the other way, that's come by, or some people use go by. He'll have a down or a stand command. Walk up, and maybe a get off. If the dog gets too close, like in the sort, he might ask him to relieve the pressure and tell him to get off. The dog should turn around and relieve the pressure. Okay. If you notice, Dude's getting in a little bit tighter than the previous dogs were. Not that it's affected anything quite yet, but he overflanks just a hair and he turns those dogs around. So, or turns those cattle around rather. Now, since this is a points and time competition, person with the most points and fastest time is going to win. So by getting in there a little bit tight, you see how he's turning those cattle back and forth, and not bending them around. Now that cow went in the wrong hole, so now he's got to empty the pen. We use the term the pen is dirty when that happens. So that means all the cattle that were in have to come back out. Now they're out. And we're going to load them. We're going to bring them through there. Now, so you get a little bit different. You can get a little different perspective looking at this dog versus the other dogs that have run. This dog runs. It's pretty quick. And he runs in a little bit closer, and you can see the effect that he's having on the cattle, you know. Kind of missed them there. They've got to go in between the panels and the fence and then come out this right opening. We're right where they're going now. Okay. Now they'll come over to the other side, and they'll come between those two panels. There's an opening on the far side that they can escape. Right now it looks like Jordan's at about 3.5 minutes on a 5-minute course, I believe. And he's through there. Now he's coming to the short pin. You know, when you're working outside with cattle, a little move like that doesn't make a big deal. But what that did is that turned the cattle around while the clock was ticking. It just costs him time. Remember, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. So the straighter we can keep those cattle moving, the faster we're going to be. Now we talk about our away and our come by. Those are flanks. That sends the dog one way or the other. If you think about the maneuver, working these dogs as a big clock, and the cattle, pretend the cattle are the center of the clock, and you're standing at 6 o'clock. The dog goes on the other side to what we call balance. That's 12 o'clock. Most of the dogs you see here are going to be border collies. I don't know if we could have all border collies. That's kind of the predominant breed. You know, there will be possibly a Kelpie. There could be a hanging tree dog. There were several hanging tree dogs, several Kelpies at the trial I was at Mike Collins' Saturday and Sunday. They've all just got a little different style to them. Okay. Okay, coming up now, we've got Ray Temple from Oregon, and he's going to go head-to-head with the next competitor after Ray is Michael Dow from Utah. Both Michael and Ray are open handlers. So it's just the way we all drew up this morning. Depends on who we're gonna go against. So Ray's set to go. And his dog Striker. Looks like we might have an adjustment on the course. Okay, Ray and Striker are ready. They're calling for the cattle. He sends his dog. Looks like everybody so far has sent him away. That would be counterclockwise to the cattle. Not sure if you can hear the handler, but a lot of the handlers will use voice. Ray, you can hear, is using a whistle. I like to use the whistle. It takes a lot of emotions out of your voice. Just like riding a horse. For those of you that are horse people out there, you know that your actions on a horse translate to that horse. So if you're tense on him, whether it be in the show ring, whether it be in the roping box, whether it be just going down the trail, that's going to make that horse act differently because he can feel your actions. You know, if he can feel a fly on his butt, he can sure as heck feel you in his saddle. So the same things with the dogs. And, you know, we get excited out there. We're tense. So our voice seems to elevate. You just heard Ray out there. You know, he was trying to get his dog back. He was a little off where he needed to be. And you could hear that he had some emotions in that voice where the whistle kind of takes it out. At least that's what I've been told. That's why I use a whistle, because I get loud sometimes. You know, that was a good, clean bite on that red cow by Striker. Ray's got some really strong dogs. They're pretty aggressive. There's nothing wrong with a good, clean bite when needed. You know, if the cow is not listening, the cattle aren't listening, you need to train them. But if they're doing what you ask, you just allow them to do what they need, what you ask them to do. Got to get him through this opening now. He's kind of a nice picture. Two reds flanking a black one. You know, when that black steer started to get away, Striker just went around, held his ground, stopped him. Okay, that second red one entered the wrong hole, so he's got to go out, and so does the other one. So now he's got to start all over in his load. And he's at about 3, going on to 4 minutes right now. So he's got plenty of time. They're not wanting to go in the pen there. We got a leader. Okay, he's got 50 seconds to sort these cattle. First one's got to go out the right side. Second one out the left side. Oh. Sometimes it's just a step, and you turn that cow around. That's exactly what happened. He was just a step too close. Oh, that last red heifer, she backed out that back one, so he's not going to get a sort, and he's just about out of time. He's got 10 seconds left. Oh, he's going to try to reload, but that's not going to give him enough time. And there's the Butters. So Ray has missed his sort. So we'll see what Michael does. Michael and Stitch. They're from Tooele, Utah.
Michael Dow and Stitch, you're up next.
Yes.
On updating the bracket, we'll post it to Facebook here shortly so you can follow along.
Okay, Michael and Stitch. Mike calls for his cattle. Okay. Then Stitch on and away. You can hear Michael again. He's using a whistle. Good job. Good job. Oh, he's got one. He had one that didn't come in through the fetch panels, so he's got to turn them around, go back and retry it. Not a problem. He's using up some of his 5 minutes. There he goes. Nice. Now he's coming over to obstacle number 2. So each cow that you get through the obstacle is worth 10 points. So 30 points if you get all 3 of them. We've got 6 obstacles. If you get everything done, you're going to have a total score of 180 points. Ray missed the fetch. He didn't finish, or not the fetch, but the sort. So he got a score of 150 points. So let's see what Michael does. Okay. There you go. Nice work, Stitch. Stayed off his cattle. Didn't get in there and get a cheap bite. Keeps them all together. Direct the front one. Push the back one. Now he's going down to obstacle number 3. Okay, Mike's going to send them by, and he'd like that black one kind of to come off the fence a little bit. There you go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You better come. Old Stitch is kind of working on his own there for a minute. But he's got them all brought back together. I kind of lost sight of what happened there. Apparently that last one went straight through this obstacle and didn't come out the T. So he's going back to retry it. He could have moved on and just with 20 points on that obstacle, but he's going to go ahead and try. He's got plenty of time left. He knows what he's got to beat. So he's, okay, now he's through. And now he's going to obstacle number 4. Push the back one, direct the front one. Get him through there. Okay, he's got 1 minute to get him loaded and get him sorted. He's got to direct that front one, and he's got to watch that back one. Now he's got to get up here and block this. Hold that. that one in and hope she just stays there and draws the other two in. There you are, right there. Right there. Got 30 seconds to sort. Boy, right on the money. Okay, 4 minutes and 54 seconds on the unofficial clock. So he's going to have a full score of 180 points, which means Michael will be moving on to the next bracket.
All right, moving on is Michael Dow. Next match is Stacy Bisnet with Jane, Kaylee Hinman with Hoer.
Do you have a pen that I can? Okay, here is Stacy Bisnet, who is an intermediate handler from California, and her dog Jane. Her husband, Reb, who's on the injured reserve list, is our cameraman right now. He's usually out here very competitive. Reb's brother, Dennis, will be up a little bit later. Actually, I go against Dennis. Way on the backside, we're second from the last. So it's kind of a family affair for these guys. They all live pretty close to each other, got a nice place, train some dogs, run some cattle. Good people. So we've got individuals that come by themselves. We got families. And the trial that we were all at last weekend at Mike Collins that you heard me mention, I saw Reb and Stacy's daughter showing one of their dogs. In fact, I think she might have been showing Jane here, if I'm not mistaken. So, well, Stacy's having a little bit of a problem getting these cattle to cooperate, but she'll get it under control. Now, if you can hear, Stacy uses her voice rather than a whistle, and she uses the stand command rather than down. I really like my dogs normally lie down. I really like a dog to stand. Number one, they have more presence to the cattle when they're standing rather than laying down, if you can watch Jane. And it's easier on the dog rather than getting down, getting up, getting down, getting up. And they're quicker. That dog can move quicker from a standing position than he can stand up from a laying position and then move. So really enjoy watching these dogs, and Jane is a nice example of a dog that stands well and listens and works very well. You know, strong enough to move the cattle, strong when she needs to be strong, and polite when she needs to be polite. That cow just escaped. So this cattle, they've done that a couple times. They've come out that wrong side, and it seems like once the cattle start going out in a direction, they'll train themselves to go there again. So that cow wants to go out that side. The dog really needs to be in front of the cow, on the run to kind of get them in the right direction. This is, this set here is just a little bit different than the other sets that we've seen. A little bit tougher for the dog to maneuver. Dog hasn't really done anything wrong. It's worked good. They've just all got a little different mindset. So now she's going on to obstacle number 3, but she's got about 15 seconds left. And there's our buzzer. So it looks like Stacy and Jane are going to have a score of 60. That's unofficial. And a time of 5 minutes. Okay, now we've got
Caitlin, over here. You have one if you want.
Caitlin.
Okay.
Caitlin is from Canada, and her dog, Coop.
Good job, Caitlin. You're moving on. Next match will be Dylan Sater with Bo and Jeff Horner with Tesla.
Go ahead. Thank you. Okay, so Caitlin will move on to the next round. Now coming up, we have Dylan Seager, who is an intermediate handler from Utah, and his dog, Bo. Dylan's really been doing good in the trials lately. I've been noticing his name quite a bit. And he's going against another friend of mine, Jeffrey Horner from Oregon. So Dylan sends his dog away. If you've noticed, it seems like all of the handlers have sent their dogs counterclockwise to the cattle. That's the away side. When the cattle come into the arena, they have all seemed to walk out and head that way. A couple different reasons here. On the opposite side, here are the bleachers with all the spectators sitting and standing and talking around there. So that's pressure to the cattle. On the opposite side, there's nothing there other than the fence and the big windows that let daylight in, but there's nothing there that's giving pressure to the cattle. So working cattle is all a pressure and release setup. Put pressure on them to make them turn and go the directions you want. When they take the pressure, you release it, just similar to riding a horse, pressure and release. So Dylan still has not gotten his fetch, so he's going back to retry it. Now it looks like he's got it. Now he's moving on to obstacle number 2. Now, this set of cattle are just a little bit trottier than the other ones. That's a good thing in some respect, because as they move freely from one obstacle to another, it's going to be a faster time. But you have to be able to control that speed as well. So control the front one, push the back one. Okay, so that one's gone in the wrong hole. He needs to come out. Now he's out. Now we can start all over. This set of cattle probably is not going to take a dog that works in tighter very well. You know. So once again, another shout out to our sponsors that we couldn't have put this together. Sharp Transportation as our title sponsor, Dan and Vivian Sharp. Sharp Transportation right here in Wellsville, Utah. Measurably Concrete sponsored the Novice Incentive. Todd and Lisa Meserly. Bear River Animal Hospital sponsored the Intermediate Incentive. And don't forget that the payouts, and the winner of this is taking $8,000 home. Second's taking $6,000. Third, $4,000. Fourth, $2,000. Each round winner is going to get $100. And the novice and intermediate incentives, that means the novice and the intermediate handlers that progress the farthest in the brackets. First place is going to get $2,000. Second place will get $1,000, along with all the little goodies that all the handlers received. A really nice jacket with all the sponsor logos on it, and a nice dog dish for the dogs. It's all embossed with our draw number and the name of the shootout and the sponsors and stuff on it. Pretty cool. Again, DJ Anderson and his wife Lauren have done a tremendous job. Tremendous. I can't thank them enough for providing this opportunity for us to come and compete. So for those of you that are watching out there, for those of you that know me and have my phone number, feel free to text me if you'd like with any questions, comments, constructive or not constructive, I guess, or things that you would like to see me talk about or that you'd like to know or have questions. Or if you don't have my phone number, if you know somebody else that's here, give them a shout and ask them to come talk to me. Just tell them to go see Elliot. They'll know who the hell I am. And we'll get those questions answered, and we'll try to do the best job we can to bring you all good information out there so you can follow this sport. If you're someone that has not been involved in the sport, maybe you have a herding dog or want to get involved with it, there's lots of good people out here that are trainers and breeders that have tremendous information located all over the United States and Canada that are more than willing to help get started in here and give you some advice, give you a little bit of training, offer some suggestions and help point you in the right direction. So if this looked like something you'd like to try, please get involved. I mean, the sport is growing by leaps and bounds. Over the years that I've been involved in it, it is just tremendously grown. So up now, Jeffrey Horner from Oregon and his dog Tesla. So again, Jeff sets Tesla out on the away. Remember, away is counterclockwise. Jeff's doing a good job, and Tesla is. Dogs work wide. You see he's not getting in and crowding these cattle. Good job, Jeff. Just nick of time. Turns them. They've got to come out that our right side. Jeff's going to back up, give these cattle a little bit of room to come into obstacle number 2. Uh-oh. Yep. I got my first text message. Thanks, Doreen. Good friend of ours from Utah. Clyde and Doreen McCourt just sent me a message saying, nice job. Thank you, dear. Wish you were here. We have been so fortunate to meet so many great people. You know, some we know more than others, and some we just know enough to say hi to. But I'm going to tell you what, this is a great big family. You know, there's nobody in here that you don't mind spending time with. They're all good people. Just, you know, love the dogs, love the cattle. Some of our trials are horseback, like the ones I just went to last week when 2 out of the 3 trials that Mike had were horseback. So, you know, what could be better? You got your horse, you got your dog, you got your cattle. Life is good. And having the opportunity to be around some of the world's greatest people is another blessing. So here we are. Jeff's done a good job. He's into it for almost 3 minutes. He's going to obstacle number 3. Going to send Tesla around on the go-by side, pushes him out the right side of that obstacle, moves him on to obstacle number 4. Cattle kind of want to drift this way. Got to. Uh-oh, see, just a little late on his commands there, and he missed it. So now he's got to turn around. Not a problem. Again, the difference between being in a trial and being outside, you know, if that cow would have gone around a tree, it wouldn't have made a big difference. He's still coming. But here, we've got to micromanage these dogs just a hair. They need to be able to work on their own. That calf has already trained herself to go around that, so she did it again. Stuffs them through. I'm going to go around, turn them around. Got a minute. So he's got time to get them loaded and sorted if things go good. If not, I think he's doing pretty good where he is. You got to keep directing the front and pushing the back. So he's got him there. He's got 30 seconds. Get him in. Cattle will follow. Okay, he's got him loaded. Yeah, maybe, maybe not. There goes the buzzer. Okay, Jeff did not get his sort, but I think he's moving on. Because his head-to-head competition, he had a better score than
150 points, so you are moving on, Jeff.
Jeff's moving on.
Is Tanya with twist and Sam with rose.
Okay, so now we've got Tanya Gifford, who was an intermediate handler from Idaho. No, that's right. Tanya is an open handler from Nebraska. That didn't sound right when I said it. And both Tanya and her husband Tim are here competing. That would have been good if they would have both drawn up together, huh? Head to head. That would have made for either a good night or a bad night. So let's see what Tanya's entering the arena now. And her dog Twist. Thanks, Barbara. Another comment from a friend, Barbara Roland, who's at home watching. her and her dog Lacey. So Tanya now is calling for her cattle. Here come the cattle. Cattle are a little trotty coming in, but that's good. If she can control them, which she is right now. Twist does a good job of getting them stopped. Brings them right through. Oh, that one got draw. Did you see what happened there? The two cattle came through and went through the fetch in the correct direction. That last one kind of held up in the back, and the front two went over to the left corner of the arena, which drew that last cattle back out on the left side of that fetch opening rather than the right side where she was supposed to go. And I just don't know if Tanya saw that coming. I didn't see it until that cow turned its head. So now she's got to go back and retry the fetch, which, you know, she'll get it done. And kind of what we talked about before is, you know, outside, you know, on the ranch at home, that wouldn't have made a darn bit of difference. You're still coming to the corrals or to the other pasture, wherever you're going. But over here, you got to micromanage them just a little bit. Well, I think that was my friend Carolyn that said, nice job, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Carolyn. Guys out there, make sure you tell me if I'm doing something wrong or I make too many mistakes. I mean, when I did the commentary at the National Mountain States Finals last year in Afton, Wyoming in June, I made one, well, I probably made several, but I made one major mistake. And boy, I got my little fanny chewed out by the young lady's husband who was at home watching. And it was a friend of mine, Joe Gam, who came into the arena, and she had just recently had retired, and she had been an ER doctor. And I made the unacceptable mistake of saying, without thinking, here comes Sarah Jo Gam from Washington. She had just retired, and she was an ER nurse. And her husband called her and said, you tell that dog catcher up there that you are a doctor, not a nurse. So I made a public apology to Sarah Jo, and I hope her husband graciously has forgiven me, and I guarantee you I will not make that mistake again. So Tanya's got it going on here. She's got to reload these cattle. She just ran out of time. So when she loaded here just a second ago, she loaded through this right opening, and the cattle have to come into this obstacle through the left one. So
Tanya has 110 points. Next in is Sam and Rose. Remember, if you're going to move on with partial points, you have to let us know. If you don't let us know, we can't get your time on that obstacle. And we'll make you redo it.
okay, here comes one of my favorite people, Big Sam White. Sam is an intermediate handler with his dog Rose from Bancroft, Idaho. His mom and dad are putting on the sheep trial over in the other arena, which is going on at the same time, or will start shortly, rather. Sam and his older brother Stockton will be competing here. They're dynamite. Love to see these young kids progress so fast. They've got no fear, and they learn so quickly. Now, if you watch Sam, he really hustles around there. He knows how to read cattle. You know, they got a big ranch in Bancroft, and they're always around them. These kids they're workers. Don't let that one go back in, Sam. If that one goes back in, he's got to start all over again. Well, Paula Gow, thank you very much. I thought for sure I had your phone number in here. I will change it. And why aren't you here? Okay. Sam and Rose are now going to obstacle number 3, which is a T where they've got to bring them down the wall. They can enter from either side, either the side that Sam's going to take them to or the opposite side, but they have to come out into the center of the arena. It's set up like a big T. Well, Bronco, I will tell Sam good luck. Okay, for those of you that are looking to follow the shootout bracketing can be found on the Cashed Cattle Challenge Facebook page. A CACHE Cattle Challenge on their Facebook page, so you'll be able to see the bracketing and how it progresses. Thank you. Oh, come on, Sam, you can catch them. And that's it for Sam. Sam and Rose.
Next match, Kaylee Hinman with cap, Wyatt Neil with Reba.
I think Sam's moving on. Next up, we're going to have Kaylee Hinman from Oregon and her dog Cap. Okay, Kaylee is doing a nice job with her dog Cap through the first obstacle nicely. You know, nice set of cattle are sticking together. Cap's doing a good job of taking his commands. Not harassing the cattle, but just putting enough pressure on them to get them to do what he asks them to do. I like how this dog squares up, you know, and she Kaylee gives the dog a command. He gets square. He doesn't slice right into the cattle. Turns off on his hindquarters just like you'd like a nice horse to do. Yeah. You know, and there he came through the panels, shows a lot of confidence, was pretty tight, had that cattle's head right in his face, and, you know, he knew he had enough presence to turn that cow. He did not need to get in there and put a cheap bite on that cow and get everything excited. The cattle are smooth, working nice, doing what he asked them to do, direct the front one, push the back one. Kaylee's doing a nice job of directing Cap. Okay. Good job. Okay, she's on to obstacle number 4. Okay, now the dog, you see the dog got a little bit confused. He sees that other cow going. He's thinking, no, Mom, I need to get that one back in order. Kaylee got control of him, brought him back. Good job. You know, this is a team sport. You know, dog thinks they know what they're doing, but they're not quite sure. They didn't come to the handlers meeting this morning, so they don't really know where the course is or how those cows need to maneuver. So they need the direction of the handler, and Kaylee's doing a really good job. You know, this set, you know, isn't trotting, kind of a little sluggish, so she's probably not going to have enough time to get over here to the sort pen unless they hurry up. She's got another 20 seconds. But, you know, they're a good set of cattle, and that's why it just depends. It's real easy to make a good set bad, but boy, it's really tough to make a bad set good. So she's doing a good job handling these cattle, keeping them in control right down to the end. And, you know, they were just a set of cattle that you could go as far as you could. She did a great job with what she had there and got as far as she could. She didn't make too many mistakes there. And it was a nice showing with her and Cap. Okay. All right, now up next is Wyatt Neil from Wyoming and his dog Reba. I bet you Reba is a red dog. All red dogs are named Reba. We've got one of them at home. Oh, she's not at home. She's right here with us. So, okay, Wyatt sends dog away just like everybody else has. Dog kind of overflanked, just a hair. When I say overflanked, went a little bit too far across those cattle's hips and pushed them in this direction. So he's got to go back and correct that.
a second, and I'll plug in.
Okay, well, we're pretty honored. I got my first guest up here, DJ Anderson, the brains and manpower behind this. Well, I should say brains. I give some of the credit. I give most of the credit to Laura, and I think you just kind of stand out in front of her, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's the pusher.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's definitely a group effort. There's a big group of us that it takes to put this on.
And the young lady standing behind me says, I just talked to her. She works with Lisa.
Yes.
Or with Lauren. Said Lauren roped her into this. So
I think Lisa volunteered.
Yeah.
Lisa's doing a great job. She's keeping you guys up to date.
Yeah.
With the bottom of the screen.
Yeah.
So you know who's up, who they're competing against.
And our cameraman are on the injured reserve list. Reb Bisnet is doing a fantastic job up there.
Yep, Reb's got a bum leg.
Yeah.
But he's still here.
We needed the forklift to get him up there, but
yeah. Those of you that aren't here, Reb is up on I think he's 10 feet up in the air on some hay bales.
Yeah. Put him up there
so
where he can't even get down to go to the bathroom by himself.
Right. Yeah, we didn't give him a very good ladder either. But
why don't you give us a little update about what you guys have tried to do here? I mean, you've done a tremendous job. This shootout is something really, really different and really kind of special. You know, I mean, you're the first people to ever do a shootout in the cow dog world, haven't you?
Yeah. Yeah, so the shootout was kind of the story, I guess, behind the shootout. Jed Roland and I were driving home from the MSSA finals one year. And we had 2 hours. It's not that far. Yeah. But we don't have anything better to do than sit on the phone and talk, I guess. And we were trying to figure out a fun format. And the tournament, Jed at the time, I don't know if he's still into boxing or MMA or whatever fighting thing they do that he watches, but they were doing some tournaments, and he was like, do you think we could do this in the dogs? And so we got to brainstorming it and figured out how we could. And it is a fun format. There's more people doing it. I think there's at least 4 shootouts this year now that are going on. But the format there's 64 dogs and handlers here, but it's sudden death. And to know that you only have to beat one person at a time to advance through this, it makes it to where I think even our novice and intermediates feel comfortable to enter. Last year we had an intermediate that ended up second in the whole tournament.
Who was that?
That was Jordan Kilpatrick.
Oh, okay. He ran a little earlier this morning.
Yeah, he ran earlier today. Yep. And so did you go over the payout?
I went over the payouts. Okay. You know, I mean, they're fantastic. I mean, to walk away from a dog trial and basically get $8,000.
Yeah.
For beating a couple people.
Yeah. So you have to beat five, I think is all it is. Yeah. Might be 6 that you have to beat to get $8,000. So if you can have 5 or 6 good rounds, it's a good payday.
Depends on which dog got up this morning.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So 8,000 for the winners, 6,000 to second, 4,000 to third, and 2,000 to fourth. She's got that wrong there. Yeah. And then for every time you beat a dog and advance through the bracket, you get $100. So when everyone showed up, we gave them about $100 worth of swag today.
Oh, absolutely.
They got their jackets that you can see them wearing out there. They all got some dog bowls, food or water bowl.
Those are pretty cool.
They are really, they're really cool.
They're really cool.
Yeah, I think it's is it 48 ounce or 64 ounce bowl, and then it has all of our sponsors around it, and then their draw number. Yeah. In the bracket, so they can take it home.
You almost hate to feed a dog out of that.
Yeah, you can take it home and put it on the mantle. You could eat your cereal out of it, some breakfast.
I never thought about that. Yeah.
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 Chips and dip when people come over.
I like that.
Yeah. Do you want to tell us about Lane? And then I'll keep telling them about the shootout.
All right. Well, we got Lane. Lane is from Montana. He and his dog Skid. Calls for his cattle. You see them all the cattle have all come out and come to the right side. Again, because of the pressure that the audience is putting on the dogs and cattle on that left side. They've got to come through that center. Skid does a really good job of stopping that red cow. Now he's got to get around and turn them. Good job. Lane's going to set up himself to get these cattle into obstacle number 2 and bring Lane around, or Skid around. So he's got to direct the front one, push the back one. He's got one stuck in the corner with him. But he brings that back one around, and he's fine. You want to try to keep these cattle shoulder to shoulder as much as possible. Sometimes that's a little bit harder than others. Okay, we got 2 going in. If he comes back, push the other one. Lane puts a little block on him. Okay, now he's on to obstacle number 3, which is our T.
Lane's really putting some heat on right now for Paul. Yes. Yeah. But he's going to put the pressure on Paul when Paul comes in. He's cruising right through this course. Lane's a novice handler.
Yeah.
I don't think he's been trialing for very long.
Yeah, I don't think I personally have seen him, so he's
been
doing very good. You can see that he reads his cattle well.
He's been to our this is our 3rd trial this year.
Mm-hmm.
So he's been to every one.
He's been to all 3 of them now. Good.
Yeah, I think he won the first round of the cattle in January.
Oh, nice.
First or second, he was right there in the top.
Okay.
He does a great job handling his dogs.
You can see the people that know how to read the stock. And I think that's probably way more than 50% of the battle.
Yes.
If you can see where these cattle are going before they know where they're going, you're way ahead of the game. You can get yourself and your dog ready to get set up. And here's a good example of how good he's doing. We're at 3 minutes, and he's headed for the sort pen. At a trot, and we've talked about this earlier, people say, oh, yeah, they were real trotty. Well, you can't win. We've had a couple good sets out here where the dog handled them really well, but they were a little bit sticky and just weren't moving like this one. Okay, there's his first cow out. Can't back out there. Oh, nice. Dog just abandoned his post.
Dang it.
Okay, so that last one went out.
We've seen that happen a couple
so
times.
Now he's got to regroup, reload. He's still got 1 minute and 20 seconds. He's got plenty of time.
Yeah, I think that's the 2nd or 3rd set we've seen the cow turn and go back out the back.
Yeah.
The sort like this is really hard because the dogs are always trying to get to the lead cow. So it's hard to keep them back there.
A lot of times this is a difficult sort because there's 2 openings in the back where normally a lot of them that we see, we have 1 entrance, 2 exits, and we can maneuver back and forth, and the dog only has to cover 1 opening in the back.
Yep.
So with these border collies, what happens is their genetic makeup is to control the stock. It's to control the stock and always bring them to you. So when one goes out the back or goes out the front, even in the right place, and starts walking off, the dog's genetics says to him, I got to bring that one back. I got to go get him, Dad. I got to bring him back. Things are not right. And so it's just a lot of perseverance and training to get that dog to hold his position and not do what he's genetically bred to do.
Yes.
So that was a good showing for Lane and Skid. They did an excellent job.
Lane had a great run for a novice. I mean, that was phenomenal.
For a novice, that was exceptional.
And so Lane will finish. He'll have his load points. So I think that gives him 150.
So he'll have 150 points.
Yeah. And then his 5 minutes.
Yeah.
But that's going to come into play when we look at the novice incentive. So the novice incentive will go to the 2 furthest advancing novice handlers.
Right.
And so unless and I haven't been paying enough attention of who's in what classes to know who's advanced yet.
Yeah.
But if no other novices get out of the first round, then we'll take a couple of these and bring them back to the finals, and we'll run them there for first and second so that we can place them.
Well, right now, the only non-open handler that's advanced is Sam.
And Sam's an intermediate handler.
Now, we would have had one because I missed who advanced here.
Oh, yeah, Kaylee
Kaylee
Hinman advanced.
Okay, so all right, now we've got Paul Anderson from Idaho.
So I got to give a quick plug. We did a course design contest. We put it on Facebook. We started this last year because I think I have to design 8 courses over the next 4 days. And I get kind of tired of designing them, and I'm sure everyone else gets tired of running the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So we put a contest out there. We love to see what everyone else wants to run when they're here, and then we get some new fun ideas out of it. So this course, actually, all but one obstacle, was designed by Kaylee Acosta, Frankie's wife.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, she submitted. She's a novice handler.
Yes.
And she submitted this course, and I think it's an excellent course, especially
Now,
for...
did she design the entire course?
Yeah.
Or just an obstacle or two?
No, the whole course. So the only obstacle that we actually substituted was obstacle 3. She had drawn like a U, a horseshoe type thing, and we just felt like at that distance it would be really hard to see.
Yeah.
So we substituted that obstacle, but the rest of it is hers.
Oh, that's
the
nice.
handler line. We even stuck with her handler line and sort, and yeah, it's really fun. I think it's fun.
A nice obstacle there, and I like the fact that you've set it far off the fence, so the dog is, having a good opportunity to get behind him without getting kicked, pushed against the fence.
Yes, yeah. Number 2 being off the fence, it makes the obstacle a little tougher too, but it's a fun one, I think. And
yeah, this is not a give me course.
No, it's a good one. And so Haley, because she designed the course and we used it, we told her we'd buy those people lunch. So I told Frankie we'd buy him lunch today because Haley's still home in Oklahoma. And then I told him when he gets home, he better take her out for a good dinner.
Yeah.
So Haley, if you're listening, make sure to cash in on that dinner, okay?
Yeah, I think so. What do you need? Okay, Paul's still working on obstacle number 2. His cattle have not been extremely cooperative right here. But he's been doing a good job. Now he's got to bring this one back, direct it. And you notice his dog went out to the right. Watch the cow's head. Wherever the head goes, the body's going to go. Now he's got it. Okay. He's at 3 minutes. He's moving on to number 3.
All right. So Steve White just called me. So I stepped away real quick. He was asking me if it was duck or goose season because we've got people walking around in hip waders right now. It's not. It's actually beautiful weather today, but the pens out back are that muddy.
Yeah.
So he he actually doesn't have muck boots, so he wore his hip waders to move the cattle. It's a beautiful day today. It's going to get really nice.
Actually, nice weather when we got here the other day. It was
Yesterday was gorgeous.
It was gorgeous, yeah. And our drive across was fantastic.
Tomorrow is going to get questionable. We're supposed to get a 1/4 inch of rain.
Yeah.
That's going to make the pens out back really fun.
Lucky we were in this beautiful arena.
Yeah, we are.
This is such a nice facility. Tell us exactly what this is, because I know it's the equestrian facility for the university, but
yeah,
you explain it.
Yeah, so we're here at Utah State University. This is the Skaggs Family Equine Education Center, is what its formal name is. And so in this building right here, when classes it's actually spring break. That's the whole reason we're actually able to do this dog trial right now, because the students are gone. So we try to plan our trials around their holidays and vacations so that we aren't interfering with classes. And so they're gone for the week. We rented the arena. We've got it here for 4 days. But when they come back, they'll teach everything in this building from beginning riding, colt starting, advanced riding. We have some equestrian teams and a rodeo team. In fact, the stock setters the last 2 months have been on the rodeo team, and they've been doing it as a fundraiser.
Now, all that, when you said they give lessons and stuff, is that just to university students, or do they have classes for people that are not students at the university?
So it is just for university students that we teach classes. We do a fair bit of extension, and so they'll come in and do some extension programs and clinics and other stuff too. In the arena next door, which we're not going to see on the live stream, but where they're going to run the sheep shootout today and the sheep trials the rest of the week, that one is used for equine assisted activities and therapies. So they'll bring individuals in from the community, whether they're veterans or they're people that need some hippo or physical therapy. They'll come in and get some lessons so they can get on and ride the horses. It's really good for those with mobility issues to get on and stretch their muscles. So they say actually riding a horse is very, very similar to walking. It's a lot of the same motion in your hips.
We've got, where we live, we've got 2 equine facilities that are moderately close to us that are rehab for, I don't know, rehab, but for handicap, both mentally and physically people.
Yeah.
You know, it's a fantastic program.
Yeah. It's really fun to see how the horses change so much to the individuals.
Yeah.
You know, like we'll have some like that one's never going to make it. And then these students or, you know, the individuals that we serve come in and take a hold of the horse and it completely changes its whole demeanor.
It's like they can read
yes.
what's happening, you know, what the situation is with the person.
Yep. They're so good at the nonverbal cues. So in the last match,
Lane moved on.
So we've got 2 novices moving on to the second round, back to back. I don't know if they'll go up against each other or not. I don't have a bracket in front of me.
Up now we got Jeff Glawson from Idaho with his dog Ruthie. So if you watch these cattle, you know, so that one in the back that's running out to the front kind of came out, turned around, didn't come with the other ones, and now decides that it's going to go somewhere else. But Jeff is a really, you know, he knows cattle. That cow doesn't look like she really wants to play the game. So we'll see how this progresses.
So these cattle, we've trialed on them. We trialed on them in January for 2 days and February for 2 days. And when they're in their off time, we just send them back to the feedlot. And they've been gaining a lot of weight, eating well. And so sometimes you see them come out like that and they're feeling pretty fresh. But we'll see. It looks like that cow's settled down now.
Jeff's doing a good job of,
yeah,
you know, letting the cow have some time to settle down and think about it. I know at home, and we don't have the weather at home like you do here, but on those colder days, and especially if our cattle have set for a couple days because it's been raining and cold and we haven't had a chance to go out and work them, they'll definitely freshen up.
Yeah. Yes, they will. Because now it's a different cow trotting off now.
Looks like we've got 2 steers and a heifer in there. And do you see a difference in your in the trials, steers and heifers?
I don't.
Yeah,
Maybe
I never been able to really
yeah.
spot one that you could say would be consistently.
Yeah.
It just depends on the animal.
I don't. And we actually have some different breeds in here today. And honestly, I don't see a lot of difference in the breeds. There can be, but in the couple breeds, they're actually crossbred anyway. I'm not seeing a big difference in these ones over the years.
Well, here's a comment from a gal. I don't know if she's...
Oh. So Carolyn says the Lane and Kaylee, it looks like they'll pair up against each other in the next round, head-to-head. So that'll be a fun novice bracket to watch.
Yeah.
Or novice match.
Thanks, Bronco.
Oh, it is Bronco.
Yeah.
Sorry, Bronco.
So it's nice to hear from people that we know outside that are actually watching. You know, they can tell us where we made our mistakes, or they can give us information. Sometimes you guys out there are seeing more things come up on the computer than we are. We don't have a computer in front of us that we're watching the bracketing go forward. So we appreciate input from you out there.
So we can't put an event on like this without our sponsors. We've had the
Sponsors are great.
We've had the same sponsors for 3 years in a row, and they have been phenomenal. And I mean, this is the largest. I said there's some other brackets out there. There are, but there's nothing as big as this one. This is the only one out there that's 64 teams, and it's the only one that has the purse that we do. In total here, between prizes and cash, we will pay out $40,000 in 2 days.
That's amazing.
And I think over 30,000 of that is just cash. We have, the jackets and the bowls, and then the winners are going to get some. They're actually Meers. I don't know if you saw them when you were over there.
I didn't see it. I saw on the sponsor list that
Ray and
Roberta Temple had sponsored those, but I didn't get an opportunity to see them over there.
Yeah. So what we're going to do for the winners this year, we thought it'd be fun to have more of a personable prize. So when the top 4 and then the 2 novice and intermediate winners, they're going to be able to send Ray and Roberta a picture of their own dog.
Oh, nice.
And then they'll take it home and engrave it on a mirror with a laser, etch it in there. And then you can take it and hang it on the wall or your office. Or
that'll
wherever.
be cool.
They're going to be really fun.
Very unique.
Yeah.
Just a reminder that our live stream can pick up audio inside the arena, so try to keep it clean. Next in is Bo with Fancy.
All right. So Sharp Transportation, they've been our title sponsor the whole time, Zan and Vivian Sharp. Their trucking company, their headquarters is just, I don't even know if it's a mile down the road from where we're at today.
That's cool.
And so when you're now that Sharps is sponsored, this is their 3rd year, a lot of people will tell me as they travel up and down the road, they're like, I never really paid attention to the semis, but I see Sharp trucks and trailers everywhere we go now.
I saw a couple yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, if you go, we went to some trials this year up in Oregon. We went out to California with you guys, and there was just countless Sharp trucks going up and down the road. And it's funny because you don't pay much attention to who's going up and down the road, but you see that
when
logo.
you see the name and the logo.
You see it, and you're
yeah.
like, oh, there goes one. My kids they're now 10 and 7. And every time we see a sharp truck that drives by. So Zan and Vivian have been very, very generous, and we can't say enough good things about them and the support they've given us.
We appreciate it. Everybody here appreciates having nice sponsors and the people that help us out.
Yeah. In fact, when we came up with the idea, we started talking about that a little while ago. We came up with the idea. Originally, it was going to be 32 teams, and I think I wanted it to pay out $10,000 or $15,000. I don't remember what it was at that time. And Zan was the first one that I approached about it.
And he's not a dog person.
He's not a dog person.
It's amazing.
He said,
amazing.
I'll support your event. And then he came with his wife and some friends and watched a trial here. And then he said, hey, let's make this bigger. So we grew it. And I have to give Zan the credit for that, because he's helped us make it way bigger than I ever thought it could be.
You can't do it without the support of friends and community, and they just want to see something good happen.
Yeah, Yeah, Zan does own a dog. He bought a dog from Paul Anderson a few years ago, and they have a ranch up in Idaho, and so I don't know how much he uses it or what at the ranch, but yeah, they've been super generous and so good to us and so kind when they come. Our novice incentive has been sponsored by Todd and Lisa Meserly of Meserly Concrete. They have also been with us the full 3 years as a sponsor. They're into horses, show horses, rein cow horse, and I think some roping horses, I think. But Todd and Lisa just live over the hill not too far away.
Are they into the breeding and or training?
Of horses. They do breed them, and send them out for training and some shows and stuff. Todd is into the hanging trees.
Oh,
so he does have some dogs.
There were the trial that Mike Collins put on this last weekend. There were a couple hanging tree dogs there.
We saw some in Winnemucca as well.
Yeah,
I think there was a handful of them there.
Mm-hmm.
So they're starting to see.
You're seeing more and more.
Yeah. But they've also been very generous and very kind, and hopefully we'll get to see them for dinner.
Oh, good.
Tomorrow.
Where is that dinner going to be?
So we're actually going to do it here in this arena.
Oh, okay.
We're going to do it a little more buffet style. You're going to come, get your food, and go sit down in the stands or wherever you can find a spot.
Sure.
And then we're going to run the sheep finals at 6:30 in this arena. We'll live stream that. And then we'll take a quick break just to do a handler meeting, and then we'll roll right into the cattle finals. So it'll be at least the final four. If we have to do a runoff for the incentives, we'll run them at that time as well.
Interesting.
And then we'll do awards right after.
Cool.
So, and then Bear River Animal Hospital, they're another good sponsor for us. They are our intermediate incentive sponsor. Dr. Bevan, Dr. Firth, we use them for dogs and horses, and I mean they have a large and small animal practice. I think now there's 5 or 6 veterinarians, maybe more, because they actually just bought a practice in Malad, Idaho, and they're expanding. So they built another practice in over there by Bear River, right just down the road from their current one, for the large animals. I think it's in Elwood, or it's right near Elwood. But
there must be a lot of veterinarians graduating from vet school.
Yeah.
Because around us, all of a sudden, you can't drive 2 blocks without seeing a vet hospital.
And they're all busy.
Apparently so. They're all still there.
Yeah. Yeah, we do. We have a veterinarian school here at the university as well. In fact, they're just getting ready to, and I should know this, but I don't know if it's in the next year or 2 years, to open our own vet school here at Utah State. The last several years, we've partnered with Washington State University. So the students would do their first 2 years here and then go to WSU for their 3rd and 4th year. But now we're going to have our own, and they'll stay here for the full 4 years.
Oh, that'll be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I had said earlier, I was commenting about the facility here, the equestrian facility, and that, if there's any young people out there that are interested in the field of agriculture and especially the equestrian industry, this is the place to be.
It is a good place, yeah. And we have a big breeding program as well.
Mm-hmm.
And in April, it's got to be the end of April, middle to the end of April, that we do our big performance or production sale.
Mm-hmm. Now, all the horses that are currently in this barn out here, what are those horses? Are those breeding or showing or lessons? Or?
So we have quite a few brood mares, and then we'll have recipients and stuff that go along with
Mm-hmm.
that. And then we have the offspring that are used in classes. So we have like a weanling and yearling class, and they'll get them halter broke and desensitized and get them fit and ready for the sale.
And
so
they're all owned by the university.
Those are all owned by the university, yeah. We do offer, we have about 18, 20 stalls that students can use, and they board here. They pay for it.
Okay.
But some people on the rodeo team and some of our other clubs, and then just other students at the university that wanted to bring a horse with them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so there's a whole barn. The barn just straight south of here is where all the student horses are. And then we have our university-owned lesson horses and research horses.
Every time I've come back here, it's just amazing to walk through. Of course, this board's been here the longest.
Yeah.
To see it, you know, all the fans in there. I mean, you couldn't find dirt on the floor if you were really looking.
We try to keep it clean.
And the heat and stuff.
Yeah,
so
we try to keep it clean. So
Bo moved on.
Bo moved on. The match between Jeff and Bo. Bo is the winner. He'll advance to the next round.
Yeah. So now we've got Nathan Myers. Nathan is an open handler from Utah, and his dog Vinny. Now let's see how Vinny presents himself. You know, Nathan's got a lot of strong dogs. And this sure is a big dog. Looks like he could sure cover some country.
Yeah, Nathan uses his dogs. He does a lot of day riding.
Mm-hmm.
So he uses his dogs often.
Okay. So he's through obstacle number 1. Now, for those of you out there that aren't 100% familiar with what's going on in these dogs, you've probably noticed the difference in the dogs, the size, the hair coat, the color. You know, in older days, dogs were border collies were pretty traditional. They were black and white, long-haired, pretty much all looked the same. Now, like a dog like Vinny, got a lot of white on him. You know, he's short-haired, flop-eared. There'll be dogs that are prick-eared, longer coats, curly-haired, straight-haired.
Yeah.
You know, so it's just red ones, black and white, tricolored.
We got Merles now.
Merles, yeah.
Some blue. There's
Yep.
some blue ones. Cat Tufel has one. Elwood. I guess that's what they call it, is blue.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw a Merrill one the other day, and of course my first thought was, well, that's an Aussie.
Yeah, yeah.
And it wasn't.
So if you're wondering online, Nathan is going back to the fetch. It sounds like the judge yelled over and said he missed one on the fetch. So he's redoing it right now.
Okay. And he missed it again.
Yeah, now they just went out the wrong side.
The wrong side.
We were visiting, so I didn't see what happened the first time.
Yeah.
But
so a lot of this is just timing, both on the handler's part, you know, when to send the dog. Like in that particular situation, if he could have sent that dog a little bit sooner, he could have kept him back with the other ones. But we can only move as quickly as we can, and he's got a lot to look at out there. Now we got this red one that's starting to skirt, and he did. So he's still fighting the fetch. And that was probably a little bit of frustration on Vinny's part. You know, he's getting tired. Now he's got him.
Elliot, we're sure thankful to have you out here. We appreciate
Oh.
that you came out to commentate. I called Elliot. Did I call you or see you at a dog trial? I can't remember.
I think you might have saw me at a dog trial first, one of your trips.
I asked him, I said, Elliot, will you come out and commentate for 2 days? Because it makes the live stream so much more fun to watch.
Yeah.
And if
I hadn't
know,
planned on it. And I kept telling Kathy, I don't know, But I got to tell you the truth, I really enjoy it. And I think I learn more by sitting here watching than I do just being a spectator or even a handler, So I'm very appreciative that you did ask and that you were persistent.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Elliot commentates at the MSSA finals, and everyone requests that they hope that he's the one commentating when they run. And then they go back and listen to what he has to say. I think you've been called out once or twice for things you said, right? They're similar to the text messages we're getting now. They're not afraid to let you know. But it has been fun. It's a fun way for people to be involved.
Yeah, it shows that I have one or two friends still.
Yeah. Yeah. But to Elliot's point, I think if a person's getting into it or if they want to get better, this is where I think you sit, is either here because you're forced to watch every run.
Yeah.
Or even better, go sit and scribe for the judge, because you're going to watch every run all day long. You're going to pick up on the patterns. You're going to pick up on the positioning, and you'll start to realize, like, oh, this person got through, but they worked the obstacle this way, or their dog was here at this time. You start to see the timing of it, and from the handler or from the judges table, or even from the stands, wherever you're sitting, I like to sit and watch and pretend like I'm running that dog, and watch the cattle and say this, like, in my head, like, okay, now I would send here, and watch. And if they do it, then it's like, oh, it worked.
Yeah.
Or it didn't work.
Didn't work.
But it just lets you run so many more dogs in your head than the one or two that you get to run a day here.
Yeah. And here's John Rose from Montana. John runs a lot of cattle. He was also at the Winnemucca trial, did real good there. So I know the one thing I see when I'm watching the monitor and focusing out here is the one thing that plagues us all is the overflank. When we flank a dog either away or come by, and we don't stop that dog in time, and he actually turns the cattle into a direction we don't want him to go. And that's like if you're outside, it's no big deal. You'll never notice it because they're still coming. But in here, when we've got to micromanage them and we've got to get them into a little small opening for these obstacles, and we're working against that clock that continues to tick, we turn those cattle's head, and now we've got to turn them around again, get them started, and that clock's still going. Or if we can keep them going in a straight line and not overflank and just correct their head movement a little bit, the cattle are going to work better for us, and we're going to have a faster time.
Yes. The overflanking, it'll really kill you, I think, when you're driving. Like John's now trying to drive the cattle back up the arena because he's also going to have to redo the fetch. His cattle came out the left side instead of the right side. So he's driving them up there to fix them. But the draw is back here. Oh, now they're going to split. Gosh dang it. The draw is back here to the exhaust gate where John's standing. And so if you overflank, you just finally get the cattle moving away from the draw. And then if you overflank them, they're very happy to turn around and come back.
Yes.
You can sit and fight them on the drive forever. Yeah. And usually it's caused by overflanking.
Mm-hmm.
Getting the dog just to the eye instead of ahead of the eye of the cow. Right, so that you can steer.
When we practice at home, everybody always asks, do you have a course set up or anything? And I've got a couple little obstacles in there, but nothing big. But I've got barrels set up around there, and we like to weave the barrels and circle the barrels. And my philosophy is if I can put that dog wherever I want him, I can make it through any obstacle. So it's just a matter of positioning and getting the dog to listen and go where you want. And if you're working around a barrel or a precise, it could be a tree, be whatever you want. And if your circle or arc gets real wide, then try to tighten it up a little bit.
Yeah.
And move the dog a little bit and then move him again.
So at our house, my kids rodeo a fair bit. We were actually at a rodeo last night. So we had to come back and set this up late. So at home, my kids are still young enough. The boys, they barrel race and they pole bend. So usually in my arena, one or the other is set. And when we go work our dogs, we'll do the barrel pattern or we'll go. I can't weave the poles. I haven't figured out. I've tried, but I can't get them to bend that fast.
Yeah, we have kids that come over to the house, the board horses at our place and stuff, and they'll set up the barrels. They'll run the barrel pattern. They'll set up the poles, run it. I can't make, what's the pole pattern, 21 feet?
Yeah, I think so.
Sometimes I can make it.
Yeah.
But sometimes I'll just say, well, we'll just go 2.
I always have to cross drive it and just try to get in between the right poles. But what I think it does is, when I started even using those as my obstacles, is it helps so much with my timing, and it helps me see that I'm overflanking. Because if I'm just like, I'll just drive them to the other end of the arena, I don't see all the mistakes I'm making because my target at the other end is 100 feet.
Yeah.
Right. Where when you're trying to shoot for a 10 or 12-foot gap. So some of these obstacles in here, I set it, so I stepped it. A lot of these obstacles are 6 to 8 feet is what the openings are. So when you're trying to get 3 cows.
That's not big. That's not big.
No, you've got to be pretty precise to do that. And
that's what I say. Outside, it doesn't make any difference that dog overflanks a little bit.
Right.
Here, we've got to micromanage him.
Yeah, so I'm not sure. We're gonna have to listen.
30 points, which means Nathan, Myers, and Vinny
Okay.
are advancing to the next round.
So it sounds like John got 1 through on the fetch. Got 3 through the second obstacle, got 40 points. So Nathan
will move on.
advances. I think Nathan had maybe 60 points. I don't remember how far Nathan made it. Either way, it doesn't.
He had at least 60.
He had at least 60, yes. So Nathan will advance.
Yep. So here we've got Randy Westover from Idaho coming in with her dog, Sage.
Yes. Randy's another novice handler.
Yeah, you got a lot, and I'll tell you what, these are good novice handlers.
They are. Her husband was first out today. He drew the number 1 spot.
Oh, really?
And I think he might still have the fast time. The fast time doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
It's just what the course can be completed in. I think he was like a 3:15.
He was
first
quick,
dog
yeah.
out. And the nice thing about this format is every round we advance to, it's a clean slate. So there's no average. It's just you beat, you move, you win, you move on, right?
And like we've seen a couple novice handlers, at least one of them beat an open handler.
Yes.
So
it happens every year, honestly. And it's my favorite. I always hope for a novice and an intermediate to make it to the finals. I love to see that.
Yeah.
if you make it that far, you're probably getting moved next year.
Well,
but you should if you can make it that far.
you know,
it's
there's
tough
always
competition.
always the luck of the draw.
Yeah.
But here the cattle are pretty darn even, and you've just got to say the right things when you walk out there. You know? I got to tell you from experience that, I've done a lot of competitive things in my life. And this has definitely been the hardest thing to get to a competitive level. Everything else was, okay, you put in a little bit of work, you got to get dedicated. But it was like, okay, yeah, we can always continue to get better. Here, it's like you think you're great, and the next day you're going to hell.
Yeah. Well, and I think, what did you do? You team roped?
Yeah, I team roped, I calf
sorted,
roped,
or
I've skied,
sorted.
I've done a lot. Yeah.
I didn't know you were a competitive skier.
Well, I don't know about competitive, but I could stay up most of the time.
Yeah. I think one of the different things about this is, of course, that's different from some of the other Western sports that we might do, is you're not in contact physically with anything.
Yeah.
Right.
You have no control.
None. None. And when you can send, we're in an arena, we're sending our dogs. This arena is 220 feet long. But when they go out in the fields and send those dogs hundreds of yards and we're using them at home and stuff, that's the ultimate thing for me.
Yeah.
And you really aren't in control.
You're not.
You can provide some suggestions, and hopefully
that's a good way to put it.
Hopefully they take them, right?
Yeah, I like that.
But
I'll use that.
Yeah, it's all just a suggestion at that distance, and versus our other more Western sports where we are in contact with the animal, right?
Yeah. Whether you're showing a horse or driving a horse or roping on a horse, whatever you're doing, you've still got control.
Yeah. You can feel them in your hands, or
I got a lesson from a friend a good number of years ago. I was showing a dog, and didn't do real well. And I came out, and I was a little bit mad, and I was kind of jerking on the dog, and I actually really wanted to take her back and kill her, but my temper got away from me, and I was walking out, and a friend walked up, and he goes, "Hey, what's going on?" I said, "Did you see her?" He goes, "You're in command. You're the boss." He says, "Take her home and fix her." And at that point, I had a flashback to maybe 20 some odd years prior to that when I started flying airplanes. And I was flying around with my instructor and, been flying for a little bit, a month or so, where I felt like we weren't going to crash every time I got in. And he says, I just got to tell you, if anything happens to this airplane while you're holding on to it, they're going to find it your fault. He says, you're pilot in command.
Yes.
And that flashback when that friend told me that I was in command of that dog was like, really? It's always my fault, isn't it? So,
you're still the pilot in control.
Take control. Take responsibility.
I didn't know you were a pilot as well, Elliot.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure what you haven't done.
Yeah, a lot of things.
I know your wife's very patient.
Yeah,
you got really lucky in that department, Kathy. She takes good care
of you. That was a gift, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kathy's very supportive.
53 years come June.
Is it? When in June? You going to celebrate it at the finals with everyone?
Actually, I think we are, June
You'll be
18th.
there?
So I think we are there.
Yeah. I don't know what the dates are this year, but
I think they're right there.
Huh.
I hadn't really thought about that. She gets a little upset every time. She says, we've celebrated our anniversary in the Walmart parking lot. Coming back from a dog trial.
You guys have been doing a fair bit of traveling over the years.
Yeah. Keeps me from staying home and working.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was Randy. And here comes my good friend Jordan from Canada.
So I was teasing Jordan at the draw party this morning. When you come and draw, you have to declare your dog because a lot of people have several dogs out there right now, and we don't allow them to substitute the dogs throughout the day. Like the competition has to be the same dog the whole time, and we actually have them declare the dog before they get to see any runs, so they can't like change them for the cattle or the course or anything like that. And Jordan, he brought 2 dogs with him, and this is his younger dog. This is Lennon.
This is Lennon, yeah.
So I was teasing him about not running Old Faithful Hendricks, but Lennon's been doing a lot of good work for him, and Lennon's been winning. So
he's been doing a good job with both his dogs.
He has. Jordan's, he has. He's a good supporter of the sport, and one of the few, there's getting to be a few more, but there aren't a lot of people that are crossing over from sheep to cattle. And by sheep, I don't mean arena trials. I mean big field trials.
Just missed that back one.
Yeah. But Jordan actually, he puts on a big trial up there in Canada.
Yes, he does.
The Ranchmaster Classic is what he calls it. We went the first year and ran. I was able to go run in the novice because I'd never run sheep before.
Oh.
And it's a good thing that's the only class I had to run in because my dogs wouldn't have made it to any of the sheep anywhere else. But
it's a different world, isn't it?
It is a wild, yes, it's very different.
Sheep move completely different than cattle.
Yeah, and even more than that, like they have these sheep set, and I forget, like it's at least 800 yards away.
Yeah.
And to get to them, they have to go down and up like 2 different hills to get to the 3rd hill where the sheep are at the top. And it's very impressive.
Yeah.
One day I'm going to have a dog good enough and I'm going to go back and run on that field. But
yeah, you ought to ask Jordan how he wound up in the stock dog world. It's kind of a funny story because he's not a cowboy.
Yeah.
He said, didn't know which end to put food in. He came to California here when I first met him. This has been probably, 5 years or so ago. We were at a trial in Castledale that Clyde and Doreen McCourt put on.
Okay.
And I had heard people talking to him and stuff, and I happened to be standing next to him, and we got talking, and I said, well, and realized that he was just traveling around at that time. He just had Hendricks. Which you have to understand. You understand the Hendricks and the Lennon.
I don't.
Names.
I don't.
And do you know why rock and roll stock dogs?
Okay.
Okay, Jimi Hendrix.
Okay.
John Lennon.
Is Jordan's a big rock and roll fan?
Oh, yeah.
Is he?
Yeah. So
it's Cal.
So I'm standing next to him in Castledale. And I said, and he's just traveling around in a pickup truck and his dog.
Yep. All over the country.
All over.
Yeah.
I heard that he was here, he was there, he was next place. And I said, so where's your next trial? He says, California. I said, there's no cow dog trials coming up from California. He said, no, it's a sheepdog trial.
Yeah.
And there's a big one in Zamora, which is just an hour north of us.
Okay.
And so we were talking, and he seems like a nice enough guy, and he is.
Yeah.
And I said, I'm about an hour away from it. I said, if you want a place to stay and some food, I said, I'll give you a bed and feed you. Come on out. And he says, you will? I go, yeah. Next thing I know, he's calling me. He says, how do I get to your house?
He's a super dude.
Yeah.
He's a super good guy.
Yeah, you can't not like Jordan.
No, you can't. We'll have to get him up here to commentate at some point. He does a great job.
Yeah.
I've heard him in Denver. I remember he commentated there.
He's got
I think I've heard him in Denver a couple times.
He's a smart guy.
Very smart. Works remotely.
Yeah.
Travels the country.
He works for a marketing company.
Is that what he does?
Yeah. He heads up a marketing team.
Okay.
So like when he was at our house, he'd get up because there was 3-hour difference, and he'd go through everything they had to do. And
Super good guy, doing a lot for
Yeah,
the
look
industry.
at this.
He's doing a lot.
The cattle are a little bit trotty, but that's good because he can keep up with them.
Yeah, if you want to call it, you can. Okay, so what we've got going on here, I guess you can ask Jed and Lauren, but I said you can make sure with Jed and Lauren, but you should be good. All right. So, sorry, Jordan was asking me some questions over here. So Jordan was matched against Randy, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We need you to exhaust your cattle.
And so Jordan advanced by points. He beat Randy.
Mm-hmm.
And so rather than continuing to run, he's going to elect to stop the clock and just exhaust
Rather
his
than
cattle
taking,
and save his dog for the next round now.
yeah, and
Yeah.
taking up the time. And
Yep. And where Jordan's an open handler, he's not in it for the incentives anyway. It doesn't come into play that way. So with our novice and intermediates, a lot of times, even if they are beat, we'll let them finish because we need to know where they end up for the incentive.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
All right, here we got, I think this is Jed Corus. Jed's here from Utah, not too far away. Jed, I was talking to him this morning. I think it's been 5 years since he's been to a trial, but he trains a lot of dogs and uses them every day at home. So it'll be fun to see how he navigates this course. So we had 2 come out, 1 went around. Looks like he's going to go back to it. See if he can, oh, he's got it here now. Yep. He's got a pretty trotty set. If he can line them out, this set could be real fast. We'll see if they want to shoulder up and stay together. Elliot mentioned earlier about Lauren and how she's the brains behind the operation. There's a team of us that put this on. Lauren, my wife, she does a lot. She keeps the entries and all the computer, all the technical stuff. She keeps us in line, makes sure that we got the awards and everything, keeps the results updated, and just all that stuff that makes it smooth. Jed Roland, he's here with us. He judges. He's been judging. He's judged every trial we've put on for 4 years, at least the last 3 years. And it's kind of a thankless job, but he does a great job at it. And very few mistakes. It's easy to start making mistakes when you sit there and watch the same runs for so many hours a day. On Friday we're going to run about 100 and almost 140 dogs, I think. So we're thinking that's going to take somewhere around 13 hours, which is a whole lot of dog trialing. We have Alistair McMillan. He's up here. He's actually running the camera right now. Alistair and I, with my wife, Lauren, started the trials 4 years ago. Alistair since had moved to Colorado to work at his family's business. He's been over there and helped grow it, and it's doing phenomenal right now. And he's come back the last couple months to trial. Let's see, Jed's through 2. This little dog likes to bite a lot of heels, it looks like. For a dog that isn't a seasoned trial dog, this is a lot different thing than just at home getting a job done. But this dog's doing a good job. Let's see, Jed's at about 4 minutes and 25 seconds right now. It's a 5-minute course today. As I said, I think the first guy out, Derek Westover, he completed it in just over, I think it was a 3:15. If you're listening online, don't trust any of my facts. They're all subject to change. None of it's sitting in front of me. I'm going off memory. So this is almost an impossible situation Jed's got going on right now. He's got 2 down here by the exhaust, and he's got 1 hanging clear down there on the fence. And he just ran out of time.
60 points for Jed.
So now Tyson Hepworth's going to come in. We'll see if Tyson can accrue more than the 60 points and advance. It's going to take 60 points to move on. Well, over 60. All right, Elliot, I gotta go take care of
Okay, my friend. Thank you.
a few things lined out.
Okay, coming up now, we've got Tyson Hepworth and his dog Rooster. Tyson and Rooster from Wyoming. Cattle come in, and as they always have, come out and turn to our right. So Tyson's asking Rooster to walk up on these cattle, put a little bit of pressure on. That was a nice flank. He didn't overflank the dog. Yeah, they just want to come around there right now. You know, as we spoke about earlier, the draw for these cattle is the exhaust, which is right in back of where Tyson is standing at this end of the arena. You know, and whenever you have a draw, you've got to protect that. So now he's kind of got him going. I don't know if you can hear Tyson or not, but his commands are right and left rather than away and come by. And you'll hear some people use that. Works okay. It's just whatever you and your dog get used to. Dogs are pretty forgiving. You can, you know, it's not a difficult thing to change them, like from voice to whistles or one command to another. You know, some people will say come by and other people will say go by. The dogs are real forgiving. They'll understand. You know, it just takes a little bit of teaching and a little bit of time and understanding on our part, you know, or we don't get upset and just explain to them what we want to do. I always thought it'd be kind of a cool thing to take a puppy and start about on, you know, their commands rather than the traditional ones and use some word like purple or peanut butter or something, you know, that meant away. And so nobody else knew what the hell you were talking about. I've never done that, but I thought it'd always be kind of cool for somebody if somebody wanted to do it. Okay. These cattle are kind of giving them fits over here on the fetch. He's still working on obstacle number 1. They're just not wanting to go. So direct the front one. He's got to go all the way around. Kind of heard Tyson get after him. No, missed him. So we're about a third of the way done with the first round of the shootout. What time is it here? It's going on 11 o'clock, so we started about 8:15. So we've gone through, we're running probably close to 6 dogs an hour, 7 dogs an hour or so, which is about average. It just takes time to get them in and out of the arena, to go through the course. This is not a 2-minute course. You know, we're having a lot of 5-minute times. So it's a tough course. Okay, finally made it. So let's see if he can make obstacle number 2. It's coming around. You know, sometimes you get out here and you can have the best handler and the best dog, and they just can't get anything done. And it's just a matter of little bitty mistakes and the way the cattle are working and how your brain is functioning. You know, are you sharp enough and quick enough to see what's happening before it happens and get your dog into position, or are you a half a blink behind? You know, and sometimes that's all it takes is about a half a blink between getting it done and not getting it done. Okay, so I'm not sure, but I think Jed probably is going to move on in that bracket. Okay, so now we've got another kind of a trotty set. You know, the dog needs to be able to stop and let the cattle take a breath and try to understand what you're asking them to do. If the dog just continues to run around them, then the cattle get very leery of what that dog is going to do to them, and they're always looking over their shoulder and just not sure. They don't have a lot of confidence that the dog's not going to do something bad. Okay, we're moving on to obstacle number 2. Okay, once again, a big shout out to our sponsors, H&R Stock Dogs, James and Verona Butler, who sponsored all these really nice jackets that we've got. Zoetis, who's going to sponsor our handler's dinner for tomorrow night. Ray and Roberta Temple, who have sponsored some really nice awards. I just went over and looked at them. They're gorgeous mirrors, and they'll all be etched, I guess would be the right term, with your dog's picture on it. They'll take a picture of your dog and have that picture etched onto the mirror, which is extremely unique and just kind of pretty darn cool. Of course, Sharp Transportation, which you heard DJ Anderson speak about, our major sponsor. This couldn't happen without people like them. The Meserly Concrete people, Todd and Lisa, appreciate their help and sponsorships. Bear River Animal Hospital have sponsored the intermediate incentive. Greatly appreciate all these people to promote this sport, and it has been growing by leaps and bounds over the last number of years. We see a lot more people. 10 years ago, you would have never thought of having this type of trial with this type of participation in it at all and this type of payout. Up now we have Sarah Joe Gam from Washington and her dog Digger. Sarah Joe calls for her cattle. The cattle come out at a normal pace, kind of hold up there on the backside. Digger goes around, is going to pick them up. Let's see if you can get back around here before they... oh, nice job. Nice job. Oh, got one of them that missed a sec. Oh, that one got out of the obstacle. Now they got to go back in and start all over. But now we're good. Well, those cattle are going to try the dog, aren't they? Oh, they're going to do it again. And just like I said earlier, once these cattle start training themselves, see, they came out the wrong hole the first time. They were just looking. The dog needed to be proactive on that and get there way before they did, because they were headed out just like they did before. That was their escape. Okay, she's got them this time. There you go. On to obstacle number 2 for Sarah Joe and Digger. Sarah's going to back up, put herself in position. Not quite sure what happened there. Okay, so there was Sarah Joe. Since it's a head-to-head competition, she had enough points to beat her competitor. So she just didn't want to waste the time and her dog, so she called it right there. So she is going to move on to the next bracket. Okay, up now we have Brooklyn Madden from Colorado and her dog Laser. Most of the cattle kind of come up pretty much the same. Cattle have come out about the same each time. Kind of come there. There's been a few that have kind of trotted out, but most of them kind of hold up in that backside. And that was a good move. Got them stopped. But we got 2 things going on. We got these cattle, and we got that one that's going to come out the wrong side. So she was kind of in a quandary of what to do. And what she did didn't work. So she'll just come back and regroup. Okay, now we got to get the cattle back, and it's always a question. Do you bring the 1 to the 2 or the 2 to the 1? And that depends. They say usually it's easier to bring the 2 to the 1, but some cases if the 2 are just standing there and they're in a little more right place, you get the other one out like she did. Now we're all good to go. Now we get them beyond the fetch panels. We got one. This one big steer, he kind of wants to go the other way, but they're pointed in the wrong direction again. So now we'll have to regroup and do it one more time. So when they come through, when they get lined out, kind of watch their heads. Okay, so she's got them through. There, now she got her dog over on that right side soon enough, and they all went out the way they're supposed to. Perfect. You know, this is a moderately tough course. All the obstacles are off the fence, and there's places for the cattle to get away from you, like we're experiencing right now. So you're trying to get them into one of the openings, and in most of them, there's multiple openings that they could go through. So your dog has to not only get them in, but has to keep them and make sure they get out in the correct opening. Now this obstacle number 2, there's only there's one entrance and one exit, so it's a little bit easier. But that one black one kind of scooted around the outside, so she has a choice. She could move on and take the 20 points instead of 30 on that second obstacle and try to get her third obstacle. She doesn't have to get them all through to move on. So she's going to choose, looks like she's choosing to I guess it does look like she's moving on. She's down to her last 10 seconds. If they were to trot, she might make it. Yeah. Oh, she made it. So that was a good choice. She dropped 10 points. So she got 30 for the first obstacle, 20 for the second obstacle, that's 50, and 30 for the third. So she's got 90 or 80 points. So what that means is her competitor will be Dax Butters.
Next in is Daxon with Sunny.
He's got to do better. He's either got to get all 3 obstacles or more. Let's see what Dax does. We're getting close to the halfway mark. Dax ways to his for the cattle, has his dog set up, and let's see what happens. Here they come. They look like they're just about to want to go through. Okay. he's got to clear. He's got to get them past the daylight line, which is the daylight line is where they come between the two panels. Now he's got them set up. Dax and Sonny are having a tough go so far. Now we got one steer decides he just wants to run off, but Sonny's got him back. Okay, he's got them all gathered up. Let's see if he can send them back behind the fetch line and through and out in the proper manner. Okay, as I mentioned before, we've got competitors from, God, I ought to count up the states, but, from California to Texas to Oklahoma and everything in between, and a little bit the other side of Oklahoma too, and Nebraska, all the way north up to the Washington border, up to North Dakota, Montana, Wyoming, Nevada, New Mexico, Oregon. So people have traveled a long way. I know from our place in California, pulling a trailer and hauling 5 dogs with us and having to stop for nature's call and something to eat, something to drink, let the dogs out or something. It's pretty much a 12-hour trip, and we try to do it in 2 days just so it's easier on us and dogs. We'll stop maybe 3/4 of the way over here and then make it an easier trip the next day in here, so it's not so stressful on the dogs and us. And I hear a lot of people doing the same thing, where you could make it in 1 day. It's just so much easier on the animals. And like I said, we've got to keep our focus as well, that you drive for 12 hours and have to throw your dogs out of the trailer the next morning and tell them to go to work. It's a little stressful on them and us. So, just take it easy and try to make a trip out of it. I always said rule number 1 to the stock dog trialing is just have a good time. If you're not having a good time, stay home and play with the kids or something else. But this is a fun sport, such great people to be around. I mean, I can't count the number of people that I've met that I now consider friends, and I see them at different trials and at different places. And so Dax and Sonny are just about to run out of time, so they're been having a tough go with this set of cattle. It's just one of those things, a different set of cattle they'd have done a lot better on, I'm sure. So that's going to mean that Brooklyn is going to move on to the next bracket. So our next competitor is Verona Butler, who is an open handler from Texas. Her and her husband James are out here competing. They are one of our great sponsors, and we appreciate their help. Like we do all the other sponsors, they are James and Verona are HR Stock Dogs, and they sponsored all of our jackets for us. So all these jackets that you see the competitors wearing, James and Verona sponsored. We greatly appreciate their sponsorship, help, and participation. You know. So here comes Verona and Eli. Okay. So this is the first time I've seen, no, I was going to say Verona's got herself set up in a different position, but she was over there apparently asking the judges something. So now she's coming back and she'll set up herself and the dog. Oh, that red heifer kind of threw a trick at her. Eh? She looked like she was going one way and she sent her dog away, and as soon as she did, that heifer broke back here to the left and or to our right, and the dog couldn't get back here fast enough. So now she just got to get him back behind the fetch panels and start her fetch back all over again, which I'm sure she'll get done. Now she's got him. Nice job, Verona. Okay. Verona's doing a good job of helping her dog. You know, not getting in the dog's way, but just helping. It's a team sport, so she's got her side and the dog's got his side. Here they go. And she's going to switch sides with the dog. This is where the patience comes in. You know, they're just kind of milling around. Okay, black one goes in. Maybe he'll just lead the other two. Yeah. Oh, come on, red. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Okay, so she's got two. She can move on, and I think that's what she's going to do. Yeah, looks like she got one, maybe two out of there, but I think she's going to move on. We don't know if she's moving on. I forgot that. I was looking at the wrong thing. So Verona Mary Jo has to get more than 60 points. Let's see what kind of cattle she draws. And how Mary Jo and Beth do. They come to us from Oregon. She was asking the judge exactly where her handler's line is. Sometimes it gets a little confusing in there. And it's right where she's standing on that side all the way across. She cannot walk in front of this sort pin or forward of where she is. Okay, nice job on working the sort. Now these cattle definitely are a little bit easier to get along with than the last couple of sets. They're staying together. Dog's staying off, doing a good job. Hopefully you'll get a nice bend right into the obstacle. We're just, it's hard when the clock's ticking to just stand there and be patient. You want something to happen, but a lot of times you can't make it happen. You have to just wait for it and help it along. See, she wants to be very careful. She had two in there at one time. Now she's got none in there. So she's got to turn them all back around. And they don't necessarily want to go in there. If you can see right on the other side of that pen, there's people sitting up in the stands, moving around just a little bit. That's pressure to the cattle, even though we don't think it is, and it doesn't seem like a lot. they think it is, and that's what's important. But Mary Jo's doing a really good job. Get him in there. She does a little jumping around and gets him through, so okay. So in comparison, this set of cattle is a little bit on the sluggish side. But she gets through this obstacle and she's moving on. Yep. She's got 90 points. She could stop right here if she wanted. But she has the right to go on and just continue to work her dog. Sometimes we don't always think about how many points everybody else has got. You're just trying to get to the end. You know, there, nice. So she's got a minute, or you got 45 seconds left, and she's going to come down to the sort pen. She's going to call it. She knows that she's won that bracket, and she'll be moving on. So. Next up, we'll have Alistair McMillan from Colorado.
This is Alistair McMillan with Levi and Shannon Fritz with Bob. Also, Morty's is here for lunch. They have really yummy hamburgers if you're hungry.
Just the big window?
Okay, here comes Alistair and Levi. Al waves for his cattle. And here comes the gate. And here comes the cattle. Yeah, I got to give a big shout out to all the people that are helping in here, you know, behind the scenes. You never see those people that are behind, opening the gate, getting a penalty. Got several pens of cattle out there. And it's, you know, it's kind of an art form to get these cattle to be calm and match up like they are and stay calm and come out into the arena the same way. I've been to some trials where, you know, they've got people in the back with sticks and flags that they're waving around trying to get control of these cattle. And all they're doing is making them hyper. And everything here, they're just doing nice and calm. The cattle come out there as even as they possibly can be. And Al's doing a good job getting these things moved around. You know, it's funny the little things that you see, but you'll notice a lot of the competitors like Al walks around with his hands in his pocket. And I tend to do the same thing, and I see a lot of people that do. And I started doing it after a good friend of mine told me, I asked him, I said, Steve, I said, every time you go out there, you have your hands in your pocket. Why? He says, it keeps me from waving them around. So it keeps the handler a little bit calmer, helps keep the dog calmer because you're not waving your hands. Because for all of you who have competed in a dog trial or a sheep trial or pretty much anything else, you know that sometimes when you go out into the arena, your mind doesn't come with you a lot of times. And things happen. You get excited. You start jumping up and down. You wave your arms when you're not supposed to raise your arms. You know, if you're riding a horse, you pick up on the horse when you shouldn't. Things that you normally wouldn't do at home because you're more relaxed. But when you get into a competitive situation, you have a tendency to lose focus just a little bit. So keeping ourselves calm is half the battle. Al's doing a great job here. So he's into the short pen. He's not even at 3 minutes. This is one of the faster runs so far. Doing a nice job working this set of cattle. They've all got to be in the pen. Okay, now they're penned. One out the right side. Second one out. Oh, nice. That was good. The dog's got too many things to look at. Oh, wow. Oh. So that one's out. Now he's got to reload the whole pen. So in order to start your sort, to make a sort, all three of them have to be consumed in the pen at one time before you start. So even though he sorted two, he lost that one. So now he has no points for the sort. He's at 150 points, which is excellent. But he's got to repen them. He's not going to lose his pen points. He got 30 points for penning. And it doesn't look like he's going to have enough time to get them repenned and sorted. If you notice that dog after he let the second cow out, where he had one cow out here on the right and one walked over towards the exhaust gate, that dog was looking. He wasn't focused on staying where he needed to stay. He was looking at the one that got away, and his genetics were saying, I've got to go get that one. And Al kept telling him, no, you got to come back here and guard this hole. Dog says, but no, Dad, no, you don't understand. That cow is getting away. I need to go bring him back to you. So that is the genetic makeup of these border collies, and it's so strong that it just, sometimes overpowers our training and what we're asking them to do. So that was an excellent job by Alistair and Levi. Okay, so here we have Shannon Fitz from North Dakota. This is probably warm weather for her, So let's see what Shannon and Bob can do. She's going to have to get a full score with the sort to beat Alistair. Okay, cattle are in the arena. She sends Bob. She knows that she has to keep these cattle moving and has to get to the end to move on. Nice set of cattle here. Sticking together. Almost missed it, but still sticking together. She's moving over to obstacle number 2. Bob's going to bring them to her. It amazes me how these dogs respond to the whistle. Just the different tones. Usually there's a high and a low tone to a whistle, you know. And it doesn't have to be exact. You know, it's not like playing the piano or where there's really a note to it. They will adapt. So Bob's doing a heck of a good job keeping these guys confined, contained, giving them a little chance to look, not picking a fight. Gets one to move. There, now we got all 3. Good job, Shannon and Bob. On to obstacle number 3. This has been a pretty easy obstacle for most of the handlers. Take them right down the fence and turn them. There's enough room in between the obstacle and the fence line that it's safe to send the dog around that side. That's a little early. Okay, it looks like she's going to make that. Yep. Well, she's good. She's not even at 3 minutes. Coming through obstacle number 4. Okay. Got to get that one caught up. There you go. Okay. So we're about 3 minutes, 30 seconds, and we're coming down to the sort pen. Shannon backs up, so she's not putting pressure on the cattle. They've got to enter the hole on your left when they're walking right to, but just a little bit of pressure puts them on in the other direction. So she's doing a good job with Bob. Oh. Okay, she's got him pinned. One out, the right. One out, the left, and she's left that one. And look at how quiet she is. Nice going, Shannon and Bob. I like the way Shannon worked that sort. She was quiet. She didn't put pressure on her cattle. She never, ever turned that last cow's head around. He was standing right in front of the correct gate, and she just let him stand there until the other one exhausted out and then moved out of the way. That was a beautiful run. So Shannon is moving on that bracket, and now we have hit the halfway mark, and we have to do it again, all over again. So we've run through 32 dogs, and we've got 64 to go, or 64 altogether. So we've got another 32. Next up is Shanda Halstead and Beth from Oregon.
Okay, we're back on. This is the second half of the bracket. They changed something up if you've been watching. If you watched that first half, we had to get all 3 head through the fetch just like Shonda did, but she didn't have to do that. They changed it for this second half. You just have to get the cows through the fetch. They can split. That's okay if they do that. Now some say, well, you can't do that. Well, it doesn't matter because you're only going against one person. So, you know, it's no problem that they switched it this way. And the reason they did that is these cattle have to last us for 3 days or more. And DJ didn't want them, you know, running around, getting all buggered up and everything, circling that fetch and getting them ruined for the next runs. So it'll keep the cattle quite a bit calmer. And we're on number 33, which is Shonda Heilstead and Beth. She's going against Frankie Acosta and /J Annie. All right, that was a close one there. That could have been bad if that second cow went back in that obstacle. All right, she's going to get him collected up here and straightened out a bit. They went 3 different directions there for a minute. She's doing a good job, just, you know, short little flanks to keep things moving and making sure not to overflank. Like right there. Just barely catching the eye of that lead cow to get it turned in the right way. Now that one's kind of against the wall. She waited for a hole there. Good move straight through number 3, and dog's there in time to stop him. She's at 4:20, so her clock is 8 down. She can get a lot done here in 30 seconds, though. Touch late there. She was hoping that one would stick its nose to the left of that panel, and it chose to the right. Dog was a little shook up there, taking the wrong directions after getting stepped on. And she's out of time. So,
90 points. Next in is
90
Frankie
points and a
Annie.
time of 5. So we've got Frankie. Frankie has to get more than 90 points to move on. Frankie comes from Oklahoma with his good young dog, Annie. Frankie's been on fire lately. Let's see what he does today. He's been smoking it with this dog. Him and this dog have a good bond, and they're a team, that's for sure. He's done a good job training her. Frankie's quiet. He's quiet and focused, watching all these runs. He's studying every run, and he comes out with a plan. I can tell. Calls for his cows. One, two, three, hand it away. Even though it doesn't matter which way they go through the fetch, they just got to go through. You still want to manage them right and kind of keep that flow just like he did right there. Don't get lazy on it. He did a solid job getting him through there. He's got him strung out really nice to get through this number 2. He was a little late himself to go over there and help, but just needs one to look in. The rest will want to follow. There we go. All 3 looked. Whoop. Good catch. Good catch. Okay, now they've realized they can run around that obstacle. They're going to want to try to do it again. So Frankie needs to be sliding up there. There he slides up there. They don't like it. Okay, good. He's got one going. Good. Short little flanks to get their noses turned in the right way. The cows like to sit in that obstacle. That's happened quite a bit. There we go. Just turned them right around where they needed to go. He's going to get him back online and maybe try to speed him up a touch, although he's got a good time so far. He's 2:30 entering this fourth obstacle. They're through that those drive panels. They got to enter here. Oh, just kidding. He got enough points. So he can choose to be done now since he got enough points.
All right, you're moving on, Frankie. Good job.
So Frankie versus Shonda. Frankie moves on to round 2. So we've got Travis, Balch, and Slim. Travis comes from Nevada. Travis had a good national finals last year at the MSSA. Him and this dog are a real team. They work well together. I'm excited to see what they can get done today. Travis will be going against DJ Anderson, the host. All right, through the fetch. So there's not necessarily a fetch time. There are tie times for every obstacle. I don't think it's come down to it yet. Maybe it has, but from any runs that I've seen, if you tie, say you tie on number 4 points-wise, they're going to go back to the previous obstacle, which would be number 3, and look at that tie time. Whoever had the faster tie time on obstacle number 3 wins and moves forward. Okay, he's got him strung out. Old Red needs to get moving. Uh-oh. There we go. Good. He's going to stop those cows and kind of push Red through. Come on, Red. Okay, he's got him turned around, headed the right way. If they face the direction they want to leave, it takes you a minute sometimes to turn them around. So, but you don't want to push them and blow them up. He's got him strung out. Okay. He's at 2 minutes and 33 seconds, headed through obstacle number 4. And just gonna be a touch late getting there to turn him in. Tails up, off to the races. Let's see if this dog can stop her. And, you know, the dog's being real respectful and says, I'm going to give you ground, but you're not getting any more. You turn around and go. Okay, so he's going to push him through backwards, which is all right. They have all 4 feet of all 3 cattle have to cross that point and daylight line before he whips him back around to get his points. He's clear there. He sends his dog on and away. Okay, he's got plenty of time to do this. He's at 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Uses his dog and him to get him slowed down and thinking about entering this obstacle. Now he can't start sorting until they're all loaded. They're all loaded. Now he can sort. One out the right, one out the left, and then back to the right. Just like that. And leave Red standing there. There you go. And he's going to get her done. Give a little extra spook there at the end. Travis was nervous. Nothing. I'm just talking bad about you. Yeah. Time of 4 minutes and 6 seconds for Travis and Slim. Travis is in the intermediate, so he could be in the running for the intermediate incentive, depending on what DJ does here. We got DJ Anderson up next with A1 Jolene. DJ's been on fire lately too. There's let me tell you what, there's a lot of talent all the way from novice up to open in this shootout. And he's been smoking some runs at the trials he's been going to. So we'll see what he can get done today. Here come the cattle. Yeah. Man, I couldn't quite tell what happened there from my angle, but it looks like the dog was a touch tight on its flank and goosed the cattle forward and to their left, causing them to just miss that fetch barely. Again, fetch time doesn't really matter, you know, right now, but he can make up a lot of time. He's only at a minute. Jolene says, we are not going fast enough. Wanted to bump him a little bit. He's doing good. They've wanted to turn around a couple times there, looking to turn around. He says, no, you keep looking forward to where you need to go. Times that really well. Keep him on line, get him back on line. Got him strung out real nice at 220. I'm going to steal this pen here so I can write down times so I can remember. I don't even remember what Travis got. Got to enter that left side there. They all got to be loaded. There's another little heel strike. 1, 2. He's safe. He's safe. He's still safe. DJ. They had us all.
I was watching it and then I was like, that's not right.
I was gonna say that way. I thought you were gonna mess that.
DJ's dog saved the day. DJ almost ruined the day. But he got it done. But the time of, I don't know, his clock's still going. Apparently they didn't like it. 3 something. They've got stopwatches over there, so they know what the time is.
Go do my job again, apparently. Hey, stop that time, Jed. Your clock.
Judge is falling asleep over there. Lauren says, I better go back and do my job. They're not doing it. DJ just kind of forgot where he was there for a minute and almost let that red cow out the wrong hole. Luckily, she's been kind of the one that's been slow this whole time, and so he was able to make it over there. But he got over there pretty quick. Can't tell you who moves forward in that one. You guys at home watching might remember, but Lauren's going to go over there and probably announce it here in a second. I think it was DJ. Okay. Anyways, Jeff Myers and Tate from Colorado. There you go. Okay, good. Got him going. Saw they were going to want to miss the fetch. Caught their eye. There they go again, wanting to miss the fetch. You can't trust them. Okay, gets him through the fetch. That's okay the way he did it. Sitting at coming up on 120, entering this number 2. So the dog's doing really good with those short flanks, but in my opinion, he's just stopping the dog a touch early, and he's not catching the eye of that lead cow, especially when that lead cow's on the opposite side and can't see the dog flanking over. You need to go just a little further to get that lead cow to turn its nose in the right direction. See right there, it happened again. That middle cow couldn't see the dog, so it's going to continue on forward. And it sees the dog 1/2 second too late. Okay. There we go. Good. Good deal. Okay. Get him. Stopping just a touch short. Flank him over like that and get him turned and back online. I'm not here to critique anybody's runs, and I hope it doesn't seem that way. I just, this is what I'm seeing from where I'm sitting. Yeah. Come by. Ooh, touch far for that last one. Yeah. He's going to take the 2 head that went through that whatever you want to call it, shoot type deal on that side, number 4. So we dropped, what are they, 10 points per head, I think. He gave a wrong flank there, caught himself. He's at 448. And at this point, he's not going to get him sorted and loaded either. Timed out. 30, 60, 80 points for Jeff and Tate. Jeff's going against Brian Jacobs from California. He's running SBC Ivanka.
Okay, Jeff had 110 points. Next in is Brian.
I can't add, apparently. Jeff got 110 points. Brian calls for his cattle. He's got to beat 110 points in order to move on. And he's got one that's going to want to come out a little hot. Ooh. Brian's not going to let that bother him. He's going to recollect, put him back through that fetch. He's going to forget that happened and get her done. Got his fetch. Really didn't cost him much time. Okay, he's doing a good job managing that lead cow, keeping her in line, going where she needs to go. She could have chose the right way there and didn't. Okay, he's got him in number 2 at a minute 40, a minute 50. He's going to let him on out. Now let's see what that high-headed one chooses to do here. So, I think I'm going to listen. This dog's being respectful and nice. I think I'll go where it's telling me to go. Maybe. Good job. He's going to line them all out again. Now, if that one's tight against that wall, that might be it. Oh, she snuck right in there. She jumped over that hawk against the wall. Went where she needed to go. Don't even think the cow touched her. Gets him through number 4, and he's headed on down to the sort. Again, you got to enter on the left. And here we go. We got that high-headed cow looking for a way out. I think there's a mic in the arena, and you can hear how calm and quiet Brian's handling these cows. Good, he's done. He can move on. So he got enough points to knock Jeff Myers out. So Brian moves forward. Okay, we got John Stottlemyre and M. John is from Oklahoma. He's been coming up to these. I think he was here. I know he was here in February. Might have come in January too. Runs a lot of good dogs.
Yeah, this dog M that he has is like my favorite. It's a great dog.
I agree with you.
She's strong and calm, and
Pretty spot on. Yeah.
Yeah. She doesn't really take many wrong commands ever. She's always pretty.
There we go. Sounds like he might. It's so far so good right here, and he's got decent enough cows looking for a way out. And he's going to work this slowly here. They blow up out of here. I've seen a lot of people do it, so it's all right to take your time right here. There we go. We got Red looking for the way in.
Really nice, keeping them calm.
Now we just need that one to cooperate. I don't think the dog or him did anything wrong there. She just chose to be bad.
Yeah.
Now we hope she goes through first. We'll see what happens. He's sitting at 1:55 entering this obstacle. So, I mean, plenty of time.
What's your dog?
Yeah. Almost lost the dog there.
I think he. Oh yeah, there we go.
They like to stall out in here every single time. You gotta either keep them moving or use your dog to get in there.
I think because they just can't see that exit hole, isn't it?
I think so. I feel like they're penned. This is it. This is where we're supposed to go.
Yeah. Nice calm set, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Shouldered up nice. Overflanked a touch and caught their eye. There we go. He's going to use some flicky flanks to keep him moving forward here.
Yeah, I think I've seen Em bite, and she's pretty serious about it when she does. So I think that's why he's probably trying to keep that calm.
There it goes.
Yeah.
Yep, you're right. Whoa. Shoot. Travis called it.
Yeah.
That cow felt it. Now she'll flick all the way around on that away. There we go. Okay, good.
Nice job.
Got him turned in, trotting off. Saw a string of drool there coming out of Em's mouth. She's ready for another bite.
Yeah. She's such a fair dog. She will bite
Yeah.
hard, but she bites to make. She wants to do the right thing. Seems like every time.
Okay, so he can enter through backwards. That's totally fine. All 4 feet of all 3 cows have to be daylight, and that, I mean, from my angle, looks clear.
Yeah,
I suppose the judge will let him know if it's not.
Nice job.
Okay, he's good there. Now he's, come on, dog, run.
She went a little wide there.
Yeah, maybe could have called her in a touch, you know.
Yep. But he had a lot of beef running at him. He had his mind on other things.
That's right. He didn't waver.
No, he did not.
He can help load that sort, but he has to stay behind that handler line, and he'll slide up here, get him loaded.
Great job.
Okay, they're loaded at 4:45. He can get it done. He's got 15 seconds, but might need to push it a touch.
Put the metal
Keep
to
him
the
moving.
metal, Em. There you go.
There you go. There you go.
Don't weaken.
Oh. Okay, so he would have to redo that, and there's not enough time. So for John, but good run.
Exceptional dog. I
Yeah.
still love. She's one of my favorites getting around these days.
Right. Yeah. Super forward, and she's tough. All business.
Yeah.
You can tell she loves it.
Yep, she's there to work.
So
Well-
he didn't get a sort. Are there load points? I can't remember.
Yeah, there is load
Okay,
points. Yeah.
so he got his load points. Just lacking on the sort points. And Tina Blen is coming in from California with Drew.
Yep. And
This is a new dog to her. She just got it. And we'll see what she can get done here. Tina's a nice person, super nice, and good competitor.
Good handler.
Mm-hmm.
And while I'm here, I come over for a plug. We're actually doing a Stock Dogs Unleashed podcast, and our first episode will be the winner of the shootout.
Oh,
and
really?
We'd like to invite everyone to tune in on Spotify, iTunes, or YouTube to listen in to see how the winner handles his dogs and preparation to get here. It's all thing dogs and.
That'll be your first episode?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yep.
Good
So
deal. That'll
it
be
should
exciting.
Saturday, so
Mm-hmm.
look forward to people listening to that and talking dogs with us.
Tell me the name of it again.
Stock Dogs Unleashed.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah. Add us on Facebook to find upcoming events. Here
Awesome.
we go.
Here goes Drew. There we go.
Nice job.
Yeah, got him stopped. They look like they're going to be a good set. They look like they want to go where they're being told.
Yeah.
If that means they're going to
Yeah.
be pushed a bit, they're going to go. So.
Yeah, she's got a speed runner.
Mm-hmm.
This dog's handling them nice too. I seen a lot of people on that side where Tina's standing right now, and then I seen Brian. He started on this side, and it started to work out well for him. But he changed tactics halfway through.
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, come in with a plan, but be ready to change it.
Yeah.
If you need.
Yep.
But have a plan.
Mine goes blank most of the time.
Yeah, right. And plan C. What was plan C?
Yeah. These guys are sitting there at the exhaust looking for their way out, and that makes it tough because if your dog has to bite, they don't like that very much, and you risk blowing them up, but you also risk just hanging out of the exhaust.
Yeah.
It's a tough spot. There you go.
Not a lot of time to recover to
No.
that second obstacle. Okay, come on, Red. Catch up. She's going to turn those leads.
Catch Red up. Great job.
Okay, she did a good job there, waving her arms, getting them to turn, and then flanking the dog over.
And these cattle have been super fair. They got bit, and they're starting to realise who's in charge with that dog.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's going to help her down here.
Yeah.
When they know that they'll get bit if they don't.
Right. Hopefully they don't turn on her.
Yes.
And it looks, well, she turned him. That was what we didn't want to do right there, just because it'll eat the clock. I mean, didn't hurt anything. So far, points is only really mattering for most of the runs.
Yeah.
But time does help.
Yeah. And Tina, I believe she's against John. She has to have load, and is that
You're
correct?
right.
And get a sort, at least one,
Yep.
to move forward, which is kind of a pressure cooker. It's a lot of pressure to get through. You got to complete the course.
Right. And it's, hey, do I push him here? And well, yeah, you have to.
Yeah,
Because if you can't lose out on those points.
No, especially when you know what's in front of you. I
Mhm.
think it's almost worse going second.
I think so. I agree. I was talking to a friend about that, and I think I might choose to go first.
Yes, yeah. You just don't have no expectations. You just do what you can do. Versus being second, you've got pressure of he's got that far, I have to get that far.
Yeah, what ifs, too many what ifs.
Nice little bite.
Come on.
May have stirred old black bully up a little.
She's at 333.
It's doable, but a pedal to the metal is we need the black bully to really cooperate and run down the other end.
100% doable. Yeah, I've seen stranger things happen. you
Yeah.
know. They, especially through these ones, they just
Flow.
move right along.
Yes. That's the cool thing about these dog trials. You just can't really give up because it might go bad, but you can turn it around pretty quickly. A trotty set can benefit you in between obstacles, even though they might be a little tough at the obstacle.
Right. Yeah, and if anything goes wrong, you forget about it and keep moving forward.
Yes, great job.
Whoops.
Oh.
Calm to you.
Oh, no.
She said she's going to take it. She's at 4:30. Don't want to call it too early, but I think she's going to be out of time.
Yep. And that calling it on that obstacle 3 would have worked if she got through her obstacle 4 and got to the sort and got them all sorted. I think that she would come out on top, but I think the time was just, the clock was beating her.
I agree. You got to make decisions in a second, and I think that was a good decision.
Yep. This red just doesn't want to play the game, does it?
Nope.
He's happy to separate from the other two, which makes it hard because you work in 2 groups.
Right, exactly. This dog kind of got sick of it too at the end. Said, forget about that red one.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm tired of handling. Okay, so that means John moves forward then with.
All right, John, you're coming back.
With M.
Good job.
Next in is Dwayne Hayes with Hook.
Dwayne Hayes and Hook.
I've been really excited about this team. I think Dwayne is a heck of a nice guy, and when him and Hook are on a run, they are on very hard to beat against anyone. So
you bet, yeah. Yeah, Dwayne's another one that keeps to himself and watches and studies these runs and comes in with a plan, and he's going to execute accordingly.
I believe he works his dogs a lot on the ranch at home, and I think that benefits him here with their calmness. Hook might prove me wrong, but I think he has exceptional dogs. He does a great job.
Yeah, I agree with you. He did well at the national finals last year. Was it the cattle championship that he won?
Yep.
For the intermediate in the Mountain State Stock Dog Association, he is the national champion for the intermediate class.
He earned it in every run too.
Yeah, he was solid all week. Yeah. There you go. Sends his dog.
This arena really sets up for aways nearly every time. Very rarely do you see it go a set spook and go to where you have to go come by side.
Right, you're exactly right. And I couldn't tell you why, besides, I don't know why.
I don't know.
But
they have a draw on this side. This is a good set for Dwayne. Oh, he's sneaky little red. Might have spoke too early.
I didn't think he was late there either. Just that cow chose to keep moving on and inch its nose around the wrong way. Now he's asking for a little forward movement. Come on, walk, walk, walk.
Come on, Hook.
Good.
There you go. Good little recovery at a minute.
Yeah. They're unbothered. Let's put him right into number 2. I think he's going to do that just fine.
Yeah, and Dwayne's very good at reading cattle. I think he'll put these in about as good as you can. If I had to predict the future.
Right. Here's another forgiving set that the dog's hitting him maybe sometimes when it shouldn't.
Yes.
But they're forgiving him. They want to be managed.
Oh, it's a little overflank there.
Come on.
Go,
Come
Papa,
on.
get that
Come
Dwayne.
on.
Nice. This bull wants to be good.
Yeah.
He just going with the flow. A lot of cows might have stirred up right there, but that bull was really pliable. Or steer, maybe. I can't tell from here, but
Call them all cows.
yeah, it's 2025. They don't know what we're getting into.
Exactly. They can identify as whatever they want. We don't care.
Nice job.
They all taste the same, really.
Exactly. Great job. I don't know who's after him, but he's going to put some pressure on, I believe.
Tim Gifford's after him with a dog named Splat.
So he does need to put some pressure on him.
Yeah, Tim's a good handler.
Yep, he is.
Got him shouldered up.
He's going to turn him in nicely. like you said, these cows are just reacting calmly, even though being bit a couple times. They're taking it and just going about trying to look for a hole.
He's at 3 minutes, 3:10 now, headed to this number 4 obstacle. Plenty of time to get it done, and things can happen quick here.
Yep, I think he's shaping them up pretty nice.
Plenty of time to not get it done too.
Yeah.
You know, you blow up that sort one time and got to resort it. It hurts.
It does.
But I have a feeling he's going to handle it well with how his cattle are working.
Yeah.
I honestly haven't seen really a bad set either so far. They've all been pretty even.
Yep. No, it's been a great set of cattle. This trial doesn't DJ in that. They do a great job of making these cows ready to be fair.
Yeah.
Of course, there is the odd one out, but that isn't. They're just having a bad day on that day.
Right.
Dwayne
Name of the game.
Dwayne has sorted a lot of cattle. I think this will be no problem for him once he gets them in there.
It's hard when they get balled up at the mouth like that.
Isn't it?
One or two are blocking the hole.
Yep. I think that starting to get a little upset.
He's got 30 seconds. He can get her done.
Come on, Dwayne.
There you
Great
go.
job.
They were angled really nice there this time to go in. He's got 20 seconds left to get her done.
Yep.
Got to go one out the right.
Get one out, Dwayne.
All right. He's out of time.
Dang. So
Yeah, it's you know, you want to be mindful of the time, but
Yes.
it's hard to think about the time when you're sorting. You let your guard down once to look at the clock, and one could have skirted out the wrong hole.
yes, exactly. And then you feel pressured and you blow the whole sword up
Right.
and moving too fast and jittery. I've done it. I've been there.
Right? Yeah, we all have.
Yeah.
So he got his load points, but not his sort points timed out as he was actively working the sort. That means we've got Tim coming in with his dog Splat.
Which puts again, coming second, puts a little pressure on Tim. He has to get to the load, and that isn't, it's no gimme.
Right. No, it's not. Yeah, it's you got to be mentally tough. If you're thinking, oh, the person before me did this, you can start to mess with your mind a little bit.
Yes, and that 5 minutes goes really quick. It can be the shortest or longest 5 minutes.
Right.
I always hate when they ball up down the back because the guys at the back do a great job, but they want to get them out there for you, and it usually makes them come out a little fast.
Right. Yep. Yeah, you don't want to think, oh no, there they go to the right, like you said they would. Whoops.
Dog come in a little straight.
Yeah, and then took the wrong flank there.
It's amazing to me when you get into scenarios like this, how these dogs can be so perfect at home, and then when you get and they sense your energy and the energy of the builder, and they can really change their mind up on the way down. They get nervous just as much as we do.
Yeah, I agree with you. The pressure builds.
Yep.
So he missed his fetch. He's headed back to work on that.
This dog has a great, strong walk up. I really like that. Really stylish little walk up, and
Yeah, forward.
yeah, I like how forward she is. See, that's why you're an open guy, Derek. I can get all these cool sounds from you.
You never know what you're going to get from me. No points there, right? I kind of
No,
lost
I
track of
I
what was
didn't.
going on.
I believe no.
They're calm, though. I mean, there's still plenty of time to bust through everything. Okay, gets his fetch at 1:43.
Yep. Plenty of time to get around the course.
Mm-hmm.
Splat's a little excited to be here,
Right.
and he's got great forward movement, and he's wanting things to get going.
That's right. Yep. Yeah, they can do it.
Yep.
I think that this set of cattle they could put a little pressure on him.
Yeah.
And not here, but after this number 2 obstacle.
Yep. That black steer, he's got that little after that bite, his neck's a little stiff, and he's kind of looking for a way out.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's going to be the only troublemaker in the group. There's only one other person in the building feeling the clock as much as Tim is right now, and that's Dwayne.
That's right. Yep. Yeah, it's interesting. We're used to going against, there's 64 people in this class. It doesn't matter if you got the fastest time. There's against 64 people, it's just one person that you got to knock out.
It makes it fun.
It does, yeah.
I don't think my nose could handle it for an everyday trial, but
Right.
this is a great.
Once or twice a year, good enough.
Yeah. I believe DJ came up with the idea, and it is a great idea.
I think he did too, yeah. He's the first that I know of.
Yep.
This is the 3rd year.
Yep.
I was entered the first year. He ran it just like he's done it 20 times. It was a smaller bracket then, too.
Yeah,
I think maybe 32.
I think, yeah.
And it filled instantly, same day. And so they bumped it up to the 64.
And I believe it filled pretty quick again.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not
Yep.
sure. It is a lot of fun, and
A lot of money on the line. They do a
Exact-
good job getting
Yes.
sponsors and everything
a great job.
for all this. And I have a sponsor paper sitting here, and I'll go through a couple of those later. He's going to need to push it a little bit more here.
Yeah, he's at 350 right now.
Yeah, it's doable. Anything's possible, but it'll be tight. He's got to come down and get the sort, right?
Yeah,
he's gotta complete
he's
the
got
course.
to get a sword. I think with how that black steer's acting right now, he's kind of not wanting to cooperate very much. I think he's a bite away from making this very hard to do.
Mm-hmm.
Splat looks like she's settling in and starting to work well.
Right. Minute too late.
Yeah. That's you get a little excited there at the start, but
Yeah.
he's starting to show off what he can do. That's that steer.
Yep. Dog was tight,
Yeah.
and they
Yeah.
tested each other there.
Yeah, I think that steer's done with being trialed for right now.
Mm-hmm. He's going to run out of time. Headed to the number 3 obstacle, so that means Dwayne Hayes and Hook are moving on.
Good job, Dwayne.
We should have done would have been hard because we do the draw here, but we need to start doing I don't know, what do you call it? Like gambling.
Yeah.
I guess,
Oh,
like
we will bet on them.
Yeah, a little bit, yep.
Well,
Yeah, for the people at home,
yeah, exactly.
choose your team and you hope they make it the furthest.
Yep.
Just pick your whole bracket.
Yeah, exactly.
What do they call that with basketball and everything?
Fantasy team.
Yeah.
Yep. I know who I'd pick, and I wouldn't be on the list, so I'd be betting against myself.
James Butler and Tuco are coming. They come from Texas.
This is an exciting team.
Yeah, man, they can throw together a run, that's for sure. So you can, if you want to play along, there's no money involved, but play along with us. The shootout bracket can be found on the Cash Cattle Challenge Facebook page. Get on there, print it off, and pick your favorite team that's going to move forward. It's kind of fun.
Give you someone to root for.
That's right, exactly.
Mr. Derek Westover and Sky should be number 1 pick.
Choose wisely. Yeah, It was a good run this morning, that's for sure. I came out number 1. I thought, I don't know what I'm supposed to do, how the cattle are going to handle this course, but we know what to do.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. But you moved on, so you did it right.
I guess. We'll see what happens in round 2.
Yep.
It's, like I said, a lot of good handlers here. Anybody's game.
63 of them.
Yeah, right. Don't discount yourself.
Mr. Anderson's walking up. I better get out of his hot seat. Let him in here, and he can spread some words of wisdom.
Okay, they come out hard to the left. Cattle's left again. Duco's going to go around and stop them, get them lined up. This arena is not very big, and there's room for the dogs to get around. I don't know what I'm rambling about, but it made sense in my mind.
I understood it.
There's been some courses in here. The obstacles are tight, and the dog feels like it has to kick wide around. But this course is set up pretty nicely.
Yep. And the great thing about this bracket system, I think James pretty much cleaned house at the national finals this year, and with this dog.
Yes.
And for the person that draws up against him, it's a drawing game, this too. So you can always, and he's got a set that's not super cooperative right now.
Right.
And it's going to make it. It makes it tough. I think he'll get him under control and get him through.
Right.
Because just how good a handler he is.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's a shot for everybody.
Totally. Yeah, and he's got Parker Harris going against him, who's a novice handler.
Yep. But he's no slouch either. Parker's been doing really well.
He's been on his A game.
Yep.
You can tell he's been working his dogs.
Yep.
Tuco's sort of a famous stud dog. He's trained by Lincoln Rogers, and he's fun to watch. Even on sheep, he just motors right behind them and puts them where they need to go.
He's a very precise dog.
Yeah, and I mean, him and James, every run I've seen them make, they're a good team. They're meshed up.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing. You got to mesh up with the dog, and he's sure as heck proven it.
I fell asleep. Did he get his fetch?
You know, I thought he was going back for his fetch.
I thought he was too.
But no, he's got something through it.
We both fell asleep, apparently.
Yeah. I start watching the dog. I forget where we're going.
That's right. He got 2 through for sure at one point.
Yes.
Maybe he dropped 1. No one quote us on that, but I think that's where we're at on things. And
that might have been a smart move with these cattle with us. He's got 2 that don't really want to play the game.
Yeah.
This one for sure.
Yeah, it's frustrating when they don't want to stick together, and you got to keep putting them back together, and then they split up again. You put them back together. The dog gets tired of doing that. The cows get tired of that, and the clock gets tired too.
Yeah, it gets faster, I think, sometimes.
Yeah.
It's that same steer that's been giving them hell, and that's the hard part is when the dogs do bite, sometimes it can correct the behaviour, but other times it can make it most of the time I believe makes it a lot worse.
Yeah, I agree with you totally. Yeah, I mean, there's probably only been one cow that so far has maybe needed a little bite. Otherwise, most of the time, they don't need bit. It can stir things up in one bite.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's the deal, though. Don't give up.
No, you can't give up
because
because
what if the next person?
doesn't get as far.
Yeah.
It gets. That's the thing. There's just 2 cows in here that just aren't playing the game for him, and I think he's calling it. He's opening the gate.
Yeah, it says that's good enough. Not quite enough time to get those 3 independent thinkers through.
Yeah, that makes it really hard.
There's,
Next in is Parker.
I'd say 3 different minds, but 5 different minds.
Yeah.
The dog, the handler, and three cows.
Yep.
And they can. It's an interesting sport, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I think if you gave James and Tuco 10 minutes with them cows, he could get any job done with that dog. That dog did nothing wrong. The cows just didn't want to cooperate right there. And
Yeah, unfortunate.
I think he worked good. And it's always good when you can go out of the pen and say, well, you tried, you worked good. We just didn't get a good set. It's hard getting 3 cows.
Yeah.
And if they're not connected, well, let's see if Parker can capitalise on it. And
Yeah, you bet.
that'll be a career highlight to be able to say that you beat James,
You
James
bet.
Butler,
Yeah,
because
exactly.
he's very, very hard to beat.
So, if we were correct, he only needs to get, well, I don't even want to quote for sure. 3 through the fetch for sure would be nice, and then I can't remember if he got any through 2.
Yeah, no, I think he got 1 through 2, but I think he kept retrying it, so I don't know.
You're right. So he forgoed those points.
I believe he gets 3 through the fetch, and like you said, we got busy watching Tuco and not watching.
Right.
Yeah,
There he goes.
he's got a stiff-necked one in there that might be a little trouble too.
Yeah, coming out a little trotty and then a lagger.
Yeah, done well to get him sort of steadied up right there. And nice job.
Yeah,
He's handled that trotty one that is very easily that cut. A miscommunication there with him and the dog. It could have turned into.
yeah, could have gone wrong in a hurry.
I'm waiting for Jed to say move on, but he may have got.
Oh, good. Yeah, judge just said, "You're good if you want to be." I'm done. He said, "I'm
Hey, look at
done.
the smile
I'm
on his
moving on."
face. That is great.
Yeah, he's got a smile on his face.
Yep. So that is wonderful.
That's good news.
Yeah.
Fastest run I've seen all week.
Hey, if that's what it takes.
That means Parker Harris and his dog Pitch are moving on.
Keep his secret weapon. He just got the fetch and away he goes.
Yeah, exactly. And he didn't bobble it. He could have bobbled it.
Oh,
like you
that
said.
steer was not going to. That was a very easy one. That dog just, the dog have been obviously working together a lot. So great job.
Right.
Not super great for his friends and family videotaping because it was a pretty quick run. But
Right.
if it's a.
That's a cell video of that dog right there.
Yep. The craziest thing is when he's seen his name drew up against one of the greats in the industry. It's a lot on the confidence, but
It is.
That
He
was
didn't waver.
no, I bet
Here's
that.
another great.
Yes.
Joni
yes.
Tesian.
Yep.
And Ash from Wyoming. Joni's going to be going against Buck Mendenhall from Utah and his dog Trio.
Yep.
Buck can lay a run down as well. So this will be a good matchup.
Yeah, she can't. There's no slouch. So, little trotty.
She's these short flanks just handling these cows really nicely, actually getting them through there because she's got that watchy one.
Yeah, and that one's I think it's gonna try Ash a little bit here.
Yeah.
And down here when it gets tight, I think he'll be one to watch.
Now don't overpressure that one and don't let it win either.
Yep.
Ride that fine line, keep him going.
I miss it every time. we
It's a
go one way or
fine
the
line.
other. Yeah,
Very fine line.
we can go over the top sometimes.
It's nice when it's sandwiched in between the two, though.
Yeah, keep it out of the.
Yeah. There you go. Good deal.
Yeah, perfect. It's a lead cow, so that's great.
They're not stalling in here. She's keeping on them. So that means they're going to want to go and turn and head the right way. You give them too much time to think, then weird things start happening.
Exactly. And no one bucks behind her. She's got to keep rolling too.
Yeah. Are you in the sheep shootout?
I'm not.
Oh, okay. I might head over to that draw party and leave you here.
Okay.
Because they're starting the draw party for the sheep shootout.
Okay.
My wife said she'd draw for me, but I don't know if I trust her.
Well, you've done so well this time. You drew number 1.
Yeah, let's do it again.
Is that one that? The good job.
That cow licked its lips and said, "Man, that kind of hurt.
Yeah.
I better listen to that dog."
That dog is not.
Heck yeah, there you go. Whoop, whoop. Little trotty there, but
She got it.
that
Got
should
it
be all
stopped,
right.
but. This fourth obstacle's not too hard, but it's at the angle that you're standing and where you're at. It's important to, and your timing's got to be great on it.
Yeah. Yeah, and if that lead cow makes up its mind it's going to go around,
Yep.
you got to be ready. That was the smart thing to do. She could have sent along the fence, but maybe what would have happened is the dog wouldn't have got through in time and it would have pushed those cattle forward past the sort. So she whipped it around and cut them off. And here they go. Real nicely into the pen.
Get that third one in before she starts. She did.
One. Two.
Good save, Ash.
Now, don't tell me. Dang it. Dang it. What would you have done differently there, if anything?
I believe when Joni got here at the sort, she started moving a little bit quick for these cattle.
Yeah.
They're a little reactive to these.
Got excited.
Yeah, I think a little excited. I think she'll still get this done.
Yeah.
But if she slowed down there right at the sort, I think that would have benefited. Where old Red was.
Right.
But that's bad luck too, I think.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, for everyone in this trial, which makes it fair, where me and you were sitting is directly on the exit.
Right.
And I think
I was trying not to breathe too heavy.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I think Red didn't really think about want to go out, but he also seen us and maybe thought we were the bad guys.
Yeah, there's camera over here. There's all kinds of stuff.
She's good.
Dog was in the right spot, but yeah, got a little excited. She got a little excited with that last one in there too,
Yep.
and the dog was trying to figure out what to do.
Okay, there you go.
Exact same scenario. Got it. With 5 seconds to spare.
Yeah.
That was almost Groundhog Day.
It
I thought
was.
it might happen again.
Old Red, he liked the sort.
Yeah, that's right. 4:55 and full points for Joni. Okay, Buck, Menan, Holland trio.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave you with Travis Balch, straight from Nevada.
Yeah.
Keep going on.
Well, I'm not as good as you, so I'll try to tell as many lies as I can while you're doing
Yeah, right. So throw a few jokes in there, too. I was a little dry.
Good luck. Buck Mendenhall. You coming back? Oh, dang it. and trio. So let's see how they go. He sent his dogs earlier than when the cattle come out, which you're allowed to do, but that's when your time will start. See how that benefits for him. Nice job. Nice calm set coming through. I think he's going to get it. Nice done. Oh. Very nicely done. That number 2 obstacle wants to shoot him the opposite direction of where you wanted to go for the number 3. So he did a great job keeping him over that way on the fence. Excellent job. I think Joni will be sweating at this point right now. If everything keeps going, he's done a great job keeping everything going. Thank goodness I got Mr. Elliot Roberts coming in. Yeah, you're good at. You sound better than I do. I don't know about that. Great job, Buck. He's putting down a run right here. Wonderful job, that one. Calf wanted to look away. It's hard right when they stall right there. The one cow turns and blocking the hole and the other cows can't see anything. It's a patience game. He fixed it. A great job. He just has to. He's at 2 minutes 30. He's got plenty of time. Take it easy. But if I know Buck, he's a competitive guy and he'll be wanting to do this as fast as he can, regardless of who's in front of him or behind him.
I don't want to jinx him, but this could be the fastest run of the morning.
Yeah, it's looking great. Very nice.
Now you got it. Now you got it.
Watch your black.
Watch this black one. Watch your black one.
That black one will stand there and draw that red out. Great job. Good job, Buck. Buck Mendenhall will be moving
Nice
on.
going, Buck Mendenhall.
What a run.
That was good.
Yeah, it was a great.
I still think that. If it's not, it's right at the fastest time. I'm pretty sure it's the fastest.
I'll believe you.
Yeah.
I think so. I think you're right. We got Robin Brown and Lass up next. She'll be going against Tammy Yoast and from Montana and Daisy.
Oh, yeah.
So Robin can put the pressure on.
Oh, so he was going against Joni.
Yeah.
Oh,
yep.
okay.
Joni had a great run.
Yeah,
going,
she did.
But
But she was a little longer. She
Yeah,
went right
she's
to 5 minutes. She had
4:55, I think. Yeah.
Yes. Yep. Well, who do we have here? What dog is Robin running?
Lass.
Lass. Robin and Lass.
Yep. From Idaho. So we got
Okay.
Idaho versus Montana.
Robin's always a strong competitor. Let's see how her and Lass do.
Derek and I were talking about this earlier. This arena really sets up for away command and never really a full outrun. It kind of, you've got to kind of slow them down and start veering them to the fetch.
Yeah. Most all the cattle have been pretty even.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, get one to lead, the rest will follow. Nice going.
Very good.
Keep them nice and quiet.
We're readjusting to the chair.
I keep falling in the hay.
I might have ate too many donuts and keep pushing down the hay. This number 2 seems easy, but if you put too much pressure and blow them up right here, it makes it really tough.
You know, they don't really want to go into an obstacle. You know, they kind of see the danger, and going that way, they see the spectators in the grandstand. Just a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, and there's no way out. They can't see out.
They don't see the way out. That's it. So everybody out there, if you're all wondering where this course came from and who makes these things up, usually it's the trial host that puts together a course that he hopes will flow well and fit the cattle. This time they had a design the course contest, and Frankie Acosta's wife, Haley, designed this course and sent it in, and she won. So she's not here. Frankie came by himself.
So she's to blame.
But she's the brains behind the couple, I'll tell you what.
Well, I didn't move on today, so I blame her.
You can talk big.
No, I had a great competitor, DJ Anderson himself. So.
Well, Robin's doing a great job, and she's got a good set of cattle. Lass is doing a really good job of keeping them calm and just letting them go. He's directing the front one, pushing the back one.
Yep. Plenty of time at 250.
You know, especially with the open handlers as Robin is and, Buck is, you don't see the overflanking on the dog. They've cut that to a minimum, and that's what makes these times so much faster and the cattle be so much smoother and quieter. You know, they're not turned back and forth where the dog has to actually overflanks and stops them, then has to come back and restart them and get them redirected.
Nice, great job at that. Oh, that little...
Up. Still good.
Still great.
That was nice. It's kind of nice of the other one not to walk in.
Yeah.
Now she's lined out. Here's where your timing and your precision really come into play. Good job, Robin. Oh.
She's still not out. He's still good. He's still good. He's still in. I think.
Nope.
Not anymore.
Darn. That's that border collie instinct again that we talked about earlier of one's getting away. I can't allow that to happen.
And it's even worse when two are getting away.
Yes. So
at home, that would be the correct maneuver. Here, it is can be frowned upon.
It's so difficult to keep these dogs to hold their position when that's happening.
Oh, you little bugger.
Nice job, Robin Brown and Lass.
Yeah.
Did a really good job.
Next.
151. Tammy and Daisy, you were up.
Yep, Tammy Yoast and Daisy. I might break for a little lunch and come back and visit if that's all right, Mr.
Okay,
Roberts.
I'm up down here at the bottom,
Okay.
so I figure I could stay up till, somewhere in here. So, yeah, go get something to eat and
Great. And I think Chance wants to do some podcasting, so
come on back.
everyone listen to Stock Dogs Unleashed when you're on your way home.
Okay? Yeah, I will.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. So that was my buddy Travis, and he and Chance Horick have a podcast that they've been doing on stock dogs. So they're going to tell me all about it a little bit later. So here's Tammy Yoast from Montana and Daisy. They're through the fetch. Daisy's doing, again, a great job, as most of these dogs are, keeping these cattle quiet. Oh. Tammy is on obstacle number 3. And she's going against Robin Brown, who we just saw, who had 150 points. So let's see how Tammy does. Got a nice set of cattle. She'd rather not have them go into that obstacle. So these cattle are a little bit strong to the exhaust, which means that's where they want to go, but it's the dog's job and Tammy's job to keep them off of the exhaust or the draw. You see how the red cow wants to turn around? A little bit of that was the dog, but need to keep them going straight. Give them a place to go and let them go there. Just direct the front cow. There goes his head. I'll come back again. Yep. If you watch these cattle, they all want to do the same thing. They don't want to go down that fence line. They want to come out to the middle so they can turn around. Nice job, Tammy. And see how they want to draw back this way. This is their draw. Oh. Now Daisy's got to get out here and drive them back to that corner and bring them through obstacle number 4. She's still got plenty of time. Okay, now they're going to make up some time trotting down here. That's good. Dog just needs to control them. Lost a little control there. Comes around, puts a stop on her. Okay, we got one in there. Don't let her walk through. Got to get them all in. Now they're in. So we can do a sort. Don't turn them around. Oh, darn. Okay, that was just a... If you noticed, when Tammy got out there to stop that second and third cow, she made a pretty aggressive move. She slapped her hips and, turned that back cow's head around, and that back opening was open, and the cow took the advantage and just walked out. And her dog had left the post like the other ones have in the past. That one's getting away theory. Can't have that. Okay. She's got time. Almost did it again, but she made it. Nice job, Tammy and Daisy. So it's pretty hard not to make an aggressive move like she did when you've got to stop a cow. But you take the chance of turning them around, and she was lucky on that one. So. So here comes Henry Van Ornum and his dog Boogie. Henry's been a strong competitor throughout his few years at dog trialing. So once again, there was a good example. He was directing the front one, goes back and pushes the back one. Now, they can come out either way. They can all come out one way or the other, or split them. It doesn't matter. They've changed it around just a little bit, so they don't have to come out that one side. What was happening the first half of this is that cattle were missing the fetch, and we were having to turn the cattle around to go back and retry it. And every time you turn those cattle around, it's not the best situation. You'd like the cattle just to go forward. So DJ Anderson, after the first half was done, took the opportunity to change it and made it where all you got to do is get them through the center of that, and then they can go either way at the opening. And that'll be better on the cattle and keep them lasting longer, because they've got 3 more days to play. But every night they're put back on feed, and I think they go back on feed even after their runs. They go out into a pen in the back where they've got feed and water. So they're pretty well kept. Keep them in good shape, keep them happy so they can come back and play. So Henry's doing a good job. He's at 2 minutes, and he's coming through the second obstacle. Boogie needs to just keep him directed on the fence, keep him moving forward. But if you notice, the lead cow keeps turning his head out to the right. She wants to turn around and come back to the exhaust gate, and you don't want that to happen. So keep him going, direct the front one, push the back one. Nice move, Henry and Boogie. On to obstacle number 4. Good job. That made up a little bit of time. They're at a nice pace. Coming into the sort pen. That was a nice move by Boogie. Just redirected the front one. He's not over flanking. You see where that cow wants to go. Turn his head. Okay, sort 1. Henry's big enough to stop one if he wants to run over you. So nice run. Looks like about 356. Full score.
Good run for Henry. Full points and a time of 3:56. Barry and Ranger, you're up. Carter, Barry and Ranger, you're up. You'll complete this one.
So now we got Barry Beamers from Canada, one of our neighbors to the north. I think we probably got about 4 or 5 Canadians with us. Always fun visiting with them. They're great individuals, good dog handlers. And here is Barry and Ranger. This dog looks like he's going to have a lot of style on him. Great stop. Dog works low like that. Barry works all on whistles. Oh, I thought. Now you got him, Barry. Way to go. Okay, Barry's down to obstacle number 2. He's going to move over and get in position. Let Ranger bring him to him. Barry's got a great run going. He's at 1.5 minutes, and he's pretty much through the second obstacle. Now just push him down the fence line. Don't let him turn around. Like we talked about before, we can always, it's not a big deal when you're outside. You know, you're moving cattle from pasture to pasture, from the pasture over to the corrals or whatever. A little move like that wouldn't make a difference at all. But in here, it's the difference between winning and losing. So you got to be on the mark. So it's nice to have a dog that you can work at home outside and then bring to town and go to the trials. You know, they're just buttons on the dog that we put there to push. You know, it's nice for the dog to work on his own and to work on his natural talent. But it's also nice to have a team going for you where you can do it together when it becomes more, you know, more precise. And you need the dog to be in a certain spot to help you. really like the way Ranger works. He works slow. He's very stylish. He's got plenty of speed. Very responsive. Barry knows he's got lots of time here, so he's taking his time, letting the cattle do their own thing. Nice job. Good job, Barry and Ranger. Time of 3:47, it looks like. So I'm not sure. Who's moving on between Henry and Barry? They were close. Up now we've got Carter Harris and his dog Lee. They're also from Oregon. Carter is one of our younger competitors. He's 13 years old, and he's a handful. Nice work, Carter. Good going. Carter was at the trial a couple weeks ago at Winnemucca, Nevada. I heard that he went home with Brian Jacobs and spent a week up there, which I'm sure he had a lot of fun, but he also learned a lot. And I take that back. He went home with Steve White and has spent a couple of weeks with Steve on their ranch, so he definitely had some fun with the boys. And I'm sure Steve worked his little butt off, and they learned a lot. Then I understand he's going to go spend some time up there at Brian's. Brian is expecting a little baby girl here the first part of the month. And since his key helper, Haley, is going to be down, he needs a little extra help. So he's bringing Carter on for a little bit and going to help him with chores and work dogs and go fishing and maybe coyote hunting and have a good time. Carter's come a long way in this last year. Really become more confident and whatnot. He's doing a good job. Got a couple of nice dogs. He and his family put on a trial, the Abington Memorial. I think that's in August, or September, August, I think, up at their place in Oregon. Really nice trial. Keep your eye out for it. I would recommend it. And Carter, a little bit too soon on sending him. Kind of took that last cow out and pushed him on the other side. He can regroup. Just march them down to that other end like good little soldiers and turn them through the middle. So that was a good example of an overflank. He got to let that dog go a little bit too far, and it turned his cow's head in a direction that he didn't necessarily want. Now here they come. See, that was an overflank. That turned that cow's head. Not a big deal outside, but here the clock's still ticking. Watch your cows, Carter. Watch your cows. Watch your cows. Okay, so that one went in the wrong hole. So now you got to take the ones out. You can hear the emotions in the voice. Yeah, Carter.
Good run, Carter.
Way to go.
180 points.
Looked
All
like
right,
about
last match, Henry Van Orm and the Barry Bremish. Barry, you advance to the next round by 9 seconds. You beat Henry by 9
okay.
seconds. All right. Brett
So,
Turner, you'll be up.
all right, up next we have Brett Turner, good friend of mine, an old team roping buddy from California. Oh, Brett and his dog Tiny will be up, and they've got to have a full score, and they got to beat 408. They got to be less than 408 to beat Carter with a full score, so they've got their work cut all out for them. Brett's a good handler. Tiny's a good dog. She listens well. Got a lot of speed. Let's see what type of cattle Brett and Tiny draw. Brett calls for his cattle. Got one, but now the gate blows shut. That's not good. Okay. Now they start the clock when the first head comes in. And they had started the clock, and then when the other two weren't coming in, they stopped and reset the clock. It was already at about 12 seconds, and then reset it. And then when the other ones came in, they've restarted it. So I think that was the fair thing to do, and that just tells you how our judges and other people here that are running this show and helping out, how much they know, how much they think, how much they're doing, and what type of class action place this is. Yeah, DJ and Lauren have put on a class act here. Tiny's getting in a little bit too tight. There you go. Oh, they're good. They're 2 minutes, minute 45. Let's see how they march down there. This is where you can either make up a lot of little time or lose a little time. Now, he just lost himself about 10, 15 seconds right there by turning those cows around. That's the the infamous overflank. You got to be high enough to direct, but not too high to stop. So usually there's two major draws in an arena. The area gate that they got set into the arena, which those cattle were demonstrating right there, or the gate that they're exhausted out. So Brett's having a tough time, got them separated where it's hard to control them. You know, you got to run over here and catch this one. Now he's got him, I think. There you go. Mm. There he goes. Okay, we're coming down to the short pen. Okay, he's got one in the pen. All three of them are loaded. Now we can sort. There's that genetic. Nice save, Tiny. Good going, buddy.
That was a 453 for Brett. So in that match, Carter, you're moving on. 408. Shane Ellenwood and Jed Roland. That's our next match.
Carter Harris is going to move on. They both had the same score. Carter was faster. Up next, Shane Ellenwood from Wyoming. And Ike. Okay, they're all set up. They're behind the handler's line. Shane calls for his cattle. Let's see if they can get all three of them out together this time. Yeah, much better. Ike is on the move. Okay, direct the front one. Push the back one. You know, there's a lot to think about when you're standing out there. You know, you got three cows you got to keep your eye on. You got to watch your dog. You got to watch where you are. So there's a fair amount going through your head all at one time. Okay, we got one going in. That's the way to put them in there. That was a good move by Shane. He brought Ike back around that side as soon as he could, as soon as he knew that they were turned into that tee. He knew that those cattle were coming back towards him and needed to get his dog out there to prevent that. Oh, here they are at 2:30 coming right down the pike into the sort pen. Go. This one doesn't want to respect Sean's body there, so he's going to go right around, but Ike will put him back. Direct the front one, push the back one. That's a perfect example of what Shane's doing, handling the cattle just perfectly. Oops. Got them loaded. Now let's sort. One out the right. Nice job. That was pretty cool the way Ike just stood in there. Didn't try to go after those other ones. That shows you some training, some confidence. He's got a lot of confidence in what Shane is telling him and what Shane is asking of him. That's a nice team there. Okay. Next up, we got Jed Roland from Utah and his dog Tiffany. You know, everybody out here, friendly competitors, you know. Jed walked in there. He and Shane shook hands. I'm sure Jed said, nice run. I'm sure Shane said, good luck. You know, Jed is another one that's he's the second one I've heard use right and left as commands. Doesn't make any difference what you tell the dog as long as he does what you're asking. Jed's doing a good job. Prime example, direct the front one, push the back one. That red one just didn't want to follow. That one just doesn't want to go in there. Now he's got him. He's got one through and two in the pin. All he's got to do is get him out. We can move on to number 3. That was good on that obstacle. That made up some time. Coming down to the short pin. Got to move them over a little bit. There they are. Straighten them out. Uh-oh. Okay, so he let 2 out that hole, which he can't do. So now he's got to reload the pin. And
Shane Ellen will be moving on. Our next match, Brennan Hooper versus Lauren Anderson. Brennan, you're up first with Bonjo.
next up, we've got Brennan Hooper from Nevada. Brennan says it's bongo away. He's going to have a good fetch, keeps the cattle together. Brennan setting up for obstacle number 2. Brennan's doing a good job of controlling these cattle. Dog's not getting in tight. He's not getting the cattle excited. Just trying to give them an opportunity to go where they want to, or where they should. We don't want that red one to walk in that wrong hole, and it looks like he might. There, a little bit of pressure. There you go. Walks him out. I think we're going to do it this time. No, that red one still wants to go out that other side. Give him a place to go. There he goes. You know, sometimes the dog might be standing a little bit too close or in the wrong position, or it might be us, and we don't realize it. So sometimes if they're just stalled out like that, you move around a little bit. You take a step backwards, take a step to the right, take a step to the left. What do you think? Relieve the pressure. If they're not moving, they're pressured up somewhere, or they need a little more pressure in another direction. So, you know, they should just walk right out of that. So if the dog comes up behind them, puts a little bit of pressure on them, they can feel that pressure. They should walk right out. There we go. You know, this set here is a little bit sluggish. Doesn't necessarily really want to go anywhere. They just assume stand there. But, you know, when the dog gets into them, they're ready to go then. So that'll just about be the end of it for Brennan. He did a really good job for the cattle that he had. His dog worked well. And I'm sure he'll come back next time and be looking forward to doing better.
Come
So be back by around 3:45. Hey Zach, did DJ talk to you about the fetch tank?
In a world defined by movement, where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability. Our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement, where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability. Our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement, where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability. Our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement, where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability. Our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, We're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement,
Where the open road beckons with possibility.
in a world defined by movement,
Where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability.
our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement,
Where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability.
our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement,
Where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability.
our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement, where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability. Our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement,
Where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability.
our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement,
Where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability.
our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement,
Where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability.
Our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement,
Where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability.
our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement,
Where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability.
our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement,
Where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability.
our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In In a world defined by movement, where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability. Our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement,
Where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability.
our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement,
Where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability.
our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement,
Where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability.
our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement, where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability. Our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement,
Where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability.
our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement,
Where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability.
our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement,
Where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability.
our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement, where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability. Our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement,
Where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability.
our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement,
Where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability.
our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement,
Where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability.
our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement, where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability. Our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement,
where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability.
our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement,
where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability.
our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement,
where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability.
our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement, where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability. Our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement, where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability. Our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement, where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability. Our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement, where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability. Our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement, where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability. Our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement,
Where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability.
our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement,
Where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability.
our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement,
Where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability.
our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement, where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability. Our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement,
Where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability.
our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement,
Where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability.
our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement,
Where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability.
our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement, where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability. Our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement, where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability. Our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement, where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability. Our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
In a world defined by movement, where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability. Our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
in a world defined by movement. Where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability. Our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Okay, we are back with the second go of the shootout. First up is Michael Dow and Stitch. We've changed the course a little bit. Started out with 64 dogs, and we're down to 32. So here we go. Michael and Stitch are number one here. Going to be kind of the same concept. All you're doing is going against the one that you're up against. You don't have to beat everybody, just the guy that's in your bracket. Okay, Michael is heading towards obstacle number 2. He's got him kind of corralled up here. Turning their heads, change the course a bit. A little more challenging on the second go. There he goes through obstacle number 2, and he's at about a minute 20. Here he goes over to 3. He just has to go through that. That black cow skirted around the outside, so he's putting them all back together. He's got to drive that one completely out. That's what we call daylighting. He's got to get him past the daylight line, which he is past it now. Oh, a little slip there, Michael Dow. Now he's got him. He's got to wrap him around and go back out through. There's another panel right there in front of the fetch that he came through, and he's got to come through right there. It's kind of missing it, right where that red cow is going. He's got to wrap these back around there. It's not a very big opening, so it's pretty easy for these cattle to miss it, just like that. I would say it's not much wider than about 4 or 5 feet wide. You know, these cows are almost 1.5 feet, 2 foot wide. So it doesn't give you a lot of room. Looks like he got that. Now he's going to come down to obstacle number 4. Or I guess this is obstacle number 5. right, and that is time. 5-minute course again.
120 points. Next in is Caitlin with 2.
Okay. Next up is Caitlin and her dog Coop. Okay, once again, they have to stand behind the handler's line, which is up at the kind of the front end of those panels out in front of Caitlin. Okay. Thank you. So Caitlin's called for her cattle. They've opened up the gate. Here they come. Straight through the fence. That was very nice. Just got to wrap them around and go back up the arena. Yeah. Let's see if she can just get them turned out. They're standing pretty much in front of the obstacle. Okay. We're gonna get one of them. Nope. They just didn't want to go through there for some reason. She got 2 through, and she can move on if she'd like. Okay, just to kind of give you an update on where we're going. We're on the second round of the cattle shootout now. We've got 32 dogs to run. Tomorrow morning, starting at 7 o'clock, they'll have the handlers meeting, and rounds 3 and 4, they'll reset the course probably, and we'll start, instead of with 32 dogs, we'll start with 16 dogs, and then probably move right into the last 8, and then we'll bring the last 4 back on tomorrow evening. We'll have the sheep finals tomorrow evening after dinner. They're going to have a nice dinner for us about 6 o'clock, and then they say about 6:30 will be the sheep finals. And then after the sheep finals, we'll do the final 4 of the cattle trial, cattle shootout. And that will be tomorrow. So rounds 3 and 4, and then the finals in the evening. Up now we have Jeff Horner from Oregon. So in that face-off, it looked like Michael Dow is going to move on. Now we have Jeff Horner coming out with his dog Tesla. I guess she's electric powered. Saves on dog food that way. Looks so far he's got a nice set of cattle. They're just kind of walking. They're respecting the dog. Looks like they're going to go off to the side, and Tesla's got to come out here and redirect, which she does very nicely. Okay, so he is through the fetch. Now he has to wrap it around towards the back end of the arena, away from Jeff. And you see that little chute right in back of that black cow. And they kind of want to walk through there. Not like the first set that just didn't want to go. So sometimes it's just the luck of your type of cattle you have, which cattle you have, how they're thinking. Sometimes it's how our dog's working, but most all these dogs are pretty much spot on. You know, it's they're so highly skilled and trained, and the handlers are all top notch. So sometimes it just comes down to which set of cattle you draw, and you know who makes the smallest mistake. So Jeff's got this set going pretty good. They've got to go into this obstacle. Looks like he's got him good. He's at 2 minutes. And he's exited obstacle number 3. Now he's going to come down in front of the fetch. There's an extra panel out there you can see, and the cows are going to walk right into it. Almost. They missed it. They went to the back side, so he's got to bring them back out. Right where they exited and that's where they've got to go in, and they kind of bend off to their left. So points are the same, 10 points ahead. So right now, Jeff has got 1, 2, 3. He's got 90 points. You know, sometimes this is kind of like trying to work a screwdriver with chopsticks. Is working these cattle. So, you know, he had 2 of them through. One of them just decided he was standing right there, could have walked through just as easily as not. Maybe Jeff could have gotten the dog around there a little bit quicker, but sometimes by doing so, you just disrupt the whole situation. He's got him back now, and they're going through the correct way, and yes, they have all pointed. So that was obstacle number 1, 2, 3, 4. So now they've got to come back down where Jeff is and enter this obstacle just to his left. You'll see it in just a minute when they move the camera. There they go, almost. See, they're, you know, all these cattle now have been through this arena at least once. So they all know where they go out, and that's why they changed the course a little bit. They're all through obstacle number 5. Now they're going to come into the fetch, or the sort pen, and they've just turned the sort pen around. They enter from the lower side where they are. Right there is the opening. And there's Jeff, runs out of time. So he's got 100 and
50 points. Next in is Sam White with Rose, then Kaylee with Cap, Lane and Steer.
So this course has 7 obstacles on it, including the load and the sort, so it's worth 210 points. Jeff did not get the load nor the sort, so he's got 150 points. So let's see how his competitor does. Oh, my little buddy Sam White. Sam is the youngest competitor here. I watched him a little bit in the sheep. He was awesome in the sheep. Waves for his cattle. And he's about ready to send Rose. There she goes. Oh. Okay. It's amazing to watch this young man. There he is. Now he's got to wrap him way up to the other end. You see that one of the reasons they changed the course is to keep these cattle fresh and make them, instead of being robots. Oh, thank you. So now they're going up the arena. Sam and Rose have good control on them. You just got to turn that red one around and not let her walk out. There you go. Nice job, Sam White. Rose wasn't quite hearing Sam, apparently. He's got her around there. He's still good. He's only 1 minute and 30 seconds into this, and he's on obstacle number 3.
Elliot, isn't Sam the coolest 12-year-old kid you've ever been around?
He's the
coolest 12-year-old.
Is he 12 now?
I think he's 12.
I didn't think he was that old.
He just had his birthday not too long
Yeah,
ago.
because Sage is 10. She told me that.
Yeah. He's the hardest working 12-year-old I know.
Oh, man. Yeah.
He takes really good care of his sheep over there.
He did a great job on the sheep. Did you see him?
Yeah. No, I didn't see him. I know at home they're his babies, though. He takes really good care of those.
Okay. All right, he's through obstacle number 3. So now he's going into the one that's right in front of the fetch panels, a little alleyway.
Oh, man. This has been a really hard obstacle.
It has, because it's so narrow.
Yep.
What is it, about maybe 5 feet wide?
I think it's probably 8 or something, but it's a
Is it that
it's
wide?
a tough angle for everyone.
It looks
to see.
narrower than
It
that
does
from
look
here.
narrow. Yep. It does look narrow
Okay,
now.
did a good job.
He is cruising through this course.
You know, one thing about Sam and all these younger, little, young men, young women, they just seem to have no fear, no pressure.
Yeah. Yeah. Sam is killing it this year. He's in the top 1 or 2 in the intermediate sheep for the dog of the year right now, and the cattle.
Yes.
He's first or second in both of them.
These kids learn so fast. And, I saw that in the roping industry as well. I'd see these little kids, 5 years old, running around the arena with a rope in their hand. And 2 or 3 years later, they're out kicking your butt in the arena.
Yes.
They got no pressure.
Yep. So all Sam has to do is load this obstacle, and he's moving on.
Yeah.
He's got a minute and a half to do it. I'd be surprised if he doesn't get it done. Yeah. He's hit those other obstacles smoother than anyone we've seen thus far in this round.
These cattle have held up exceptionally well, I think.
They have.
And you changing the course.
Yep. This course
really helps. I mean, you've changed the whole direction of where they're trying to go.
Yeah. And you never know how hard a course is until you set it and run it.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, you know what? Regardless of the amount of points that Sam continues to rack up, I'm pretty sure that he would win it, because the way we're doing the ties is whoever finished the last obstacle the fastest. So Sam would have been through obstacle, I think that one's 5. He would have been through that obstacle faster than Jeff Horner. So regardless of what happens here in the next 30 seconds, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and he's still got 30 seconds to get this one loaded.
He's going to get them loaded right here.
There he goes.
He may just take the opportunity to get the sort and finish it. So now his first and second cow needs to go out to the right of our screen. These cows are just a little heavy. He's going to run out of time, but what a run.
What a run, Sam White.
So that advances Sam.
Yep. Sam's going forward.
Wow, great job.
Okay. We got, next up, we got Kaylee Hinman and Cap against Lane Clement and Skid. So they're our next 2 competitors. Okay, here we go with Kaylee and Cap. I like how most of these dogs are doing a really nice outrun. The outrun is when the handler sends the dog, and in this case, most of the cases today, it's been on the away side, which would be counterclockwise to the cattle. These dogs come out and hit the fence and go all the way down or until they're told to stop. They're not slicing in and heading towards the cattle. So basically they can go past the cattle. The cattle pretty much just stand there and look at them. They don't harass them in any way. Then they can come in, pick them up, and move them forward.
So I got 2 updates for you.
Yes.
Our cameramen have decided they've unionized, and they may walk off the job. They're accepting donations through Venmo. Venmo. We got Alistair McMillan and Reb Bisnet. They've unionized.
Yeah, look at
They're
this.
threatening
One
to
of them's
walk
already
off.
taking a break.
Reb's leaving. The other thing, this is Kaylee Hinman. She just bought this dog. I think she told me 30 days ago. This is the first trial she's ever brought.
Oh, really? With this dog?
Yeah, she's been running it really good.
I started a trial, I think fall of last year in Chowchilla, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. She's got 3 really good dogs now. This
Does
one
she?
is her newest one. She just started trialing last fall.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
First year novice. So this is also, if you're following the brackets at home, this is a match between 2 novice handlers right now.
So
Lane Clement and Kaylee Hinman,
Okay.
they are both novice handlers.
Whoa.
So this will ensure that a novice moves on to the third round.
Into the third round.
Yep.
Yeah. So how many novice and intermediate handlers do we have in this? Because I don't know.
So
category, all of them.
I was thinking that there's I think there's 4 novice
There's 1 intermediate.
and there's
There's a novice.
yeah, and there's at least 3 intermediate. There's at least 4 novice and 3 intermediate. But we're only looking at half the Oh no, we're looking at the whole bracket right here.
That is 32.
Yeah,
dogs.
that's 32.
Yeah.
So I think that's the count.
So that's just once again, you're only competing against that one person you walk in the arena before or after.
And we just had an intermediate, first year intermediate. Sam's first year in the intermediate. He just took out a great open handler. So in the shootout, you never know what's going to happen. There are always big upsets.
So we went over during the break to watch the sheep for a little bit.
Yes.
And I was talking to my friend Dennis Bisnet, who I went against here.
Yeah.
And he beat me, which I'd rather be beaten than cheated. And he told me a little story. He says, when he went to go in to the arena, Michael Dow said, "Are you and Elliot friends?" And he looked back at Michael and says, "Not right now."
Yeah.
So that's what I've been saying all morning long is that, the group of people that we associate with here in this sport, across all the state lines and country barriers and things like that, it's just like a big family. Everybody is rooting for the other guy, congratulating him on his win, whether he beat you or you beat him. It's, what we would like to see is the dogs work good and for us not to make too many mistakes.
Yep. When we're in the arena, we all want to win.
Everybody
but when we
wants
come
to
out,
win.
we're friends again, right? You don't wish anyone ill, but when you're in the arena, you're just wanting to win. That's the whole point of it. We have 4 Canadians at the trial this weekend.
Okay.
In the shootout. It's fun and nice of them all to have made the trek.
All of them are open handlers, I think.
They are.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I know Jordan and Barry, and then there's 1 or 2 girls.
2 girls.
2 girls, 2
Erin,
guys.
Erin Culver
Mm-hmm.
and Caitlin Mastad.
Mastad.
I think is how you say her last name. Okay, so Kaylee had, I didn't hear the points.
I didn't
think
hear
she
the
had
points on
30
Kaylee,
points.
but I think she was headed back here.
Yeah, so we'll see what Lane can put together here. Before we came back and started running, before we went live again, we did a coin toss to decide who was going to run first and second in every bracket. just again to try to keep it as fair and random as possible as we move through here. Now, those that win the coin toss 98% of the time choose to go second, so they know what they have to beat.
Certain amount of psychology in there.
Yeah, there is. But sometimes there's a whole lot more pressure when you go second than there would have been if you just went first and set the pace.
Well, you know, when you go first, it's just like a regular trial. You're trying to get to the end. You're not going to stop until you get there. The advantage to be in second is you kind of know if you can drop a point here and there on an obstacle, or you've got to go back and retry it. So Lane's done a really nice job of controlling these cattle, getting them through the fetch. Now he's got to wrap them back around to the cattle's right. Turns them around. He's got to walk them up through that little lane. They're pretty much headed right in there until that one turns his head. He does a good job. Oh, look at that.
Now we can get a count. Lisa, our technology person, she just handed us a list telling us who's open or intermediate or novice.
Those are
five novices.
5 novices.
Brennan, so let's see, I'll start at the top. Kaylee Hinman, Lane Clement. Those were 2 novices. Mary Jo is a novice, Mary Jo Idle. Parker Harris.
Yep.
And Brennan Hooper.
Oh, boy.
Brennan doesn't trial very much.
No, this is the first trial I've seen him at quite a number of trials coming with Travis.
Yeah.
You know, they're neighbors there.
They're relatives of some nature. But, yeah, they live out there near each other.
This is the first time I've seen him trial, I believe.
Yeah, it's super nice. And then our intermediates were Sam White, Brooklyn Madden, Carter Harris. Those were the 3 intermediates that advanced.
Nice.
Lane is cruising right through this. He's doing a good job. I've never seen him run this dog. I'm wondering if he didn't pick it up from Tammy or something.
Does he work cattle on a regular basis? Does he have that opportunity? Or
I don't know a lot about Lane. I believe he goes to Tammy Yoast's for lessons and stuff.
Okay. He seems to be very relaxed in his motions. He doesn't seem tense, as a lot of novice handlers are going to be.
Yep.
Seems confident.
And he reads his cattle really well. So
yes.
He probably does work a lot of cattle. I don't know for sure.
Or he just pays attention at his lessons.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, if Tammy's that good at giving lessons, I'm going to sign up and drive up there. Stockmanship takes so many years and hours and reps, right? Repetitions. It's not something a guy can just watch and learn.
This is, like I said earlier, this is the toughest thing I've ever tried to really accomplish.
Yeah. There's 5 minds out there.
Yeah.
And they all want different things.
They've all got a different set.
Yep. Now, if he can tuck this in.
So Lane can move on. He's gotten 2 through there.
Yeah.
He can choose to move on.
So the reason they're letting him continue, if anyone's wondering, is because he's still running for the incentive.
Okay.
So that's why they're going to let him continue.
Okay, so he is going to move on with 2 on that last obstacle. Now he's got to get them all in the pen before any of them starts a sort. And it is the 2 have to go out first out of this gate where they're going.
And look at that. He
has got to just watch his dog.
Oh. There we go.
Perfect. That is
great job.
That's picture perfect.
Great job. Perfect. Is that our first completion?
Yeah.
I think it is.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're following along, Derek Westover and Mike Collins, they were first and second out in this part of the bracket. Derek had been running his dog in Sky over at the Sheep Shootout. So we just rolled them to the bottom. So we're going to run those two
So
now.
Derek's going to go first.
Derek will go first. And then, so we'll run Derek and then Mike, and then we'll be back on track.
Okay. Lots of moving parts in here.
190.
And I've been, you know,
Yes.
I watch
Okay, next in.
a lot of stuff, and it amazes me the thought process and that you and Lauren have gone through for every little detail. I'm watching her this morning putting those little peel-off name stickers on your flow chart there, and I'm thinking, well, who would think about that? You know, that'd be something that you get here, and you go, well, we'll just write their names down.
Well,
But you guys have thought of everything.
I think we have you fooled, Elliot.
You've done it. Of course, you have a university behind you here.
Well, yeah, this it is our third year of the shootout. So
Yeah,
the
so
stickers,
You've learned
the first
a lot.
year we wrote the names, and then we thought that really sucked. So the second year we got the stickers.
Those are awesome.
It's so much easier to
Yeah.
keep the board updated, and it looks good, and we don't have to find somebody with good handwriting to
Yeah.
do it. We can just anyone can plop the sticker on.
We're getting embarrassed when you spell the name wrong.
Yes, yes, and sometimes people take offense to that. So Derek is through the fetch. This guy, this has been a really good dog for him. He won, what's it been, 2 years ago, I think, at the MSSA National Finals. I think it was in 2023. I think he won the sheep and the cattle.
Yeah,
I know he
think
won
you're
the
right. I
cattle.
don't remember which year, but either won or was reserve in one of them.
Yeah, and he won the ultimate. I think he might have won the whole thing, both sheep and cattle. This dog's been great for him, regardless of.
So, you know, a lot of people say, oh, I don't have a sheep dog or I don't have a cow dog and stuff. If you've got a good dog that works stock, you can work both.
Yeah.
You know, you just got to have a dog that knows how to work, knows how to listen, not be slicing in all the time, and be responsive to what's going on.
Yep, and one that'll read stock.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's easier to go back and forth if they have a little more feel, right?
There's that fine line between working on their own and working in the team.
Yeah.
You know?
We were talking about that this morning. I'm trying to think of who I was talking with. Oh, it was Jordan Macowski. He's been using Lennon up in the feedlots and stuff.
Yeah.
Just having him work on his own because that's what he has to do to stay alive, really, up there. Think on your own when you're in the feedlot. And when you're in a trial situation, it's
and then
very much.
Then you come to the trial.
It's hard to switch back and forth without a lot of tuning.
Mm-hmm.
Because now out there, I don't really want you to think on your own, right? I mean, I think these dogs, the ones that have been trialed a lot, you could show them the obstacle and they'll figure out how to put the cattle in it.
They can figure it out.
The smart ones are like, okay, there's the hole. I'll
You know,
stick them in, but.
I noticed that at home. Like I said, I just set up maybe one obstacle, maybe one in a little place I can sort to practice my timing. And I can feel the dog, they can read the cattle. They already know where the draw is, and they're holding those cattle to the obstacle or to you if you're asking them to bring them to you. That was a nice bunch of work by Derek.
It was. That obstacle is tricky.
It is. It looked pretty simple.
It's a hard one. There's a lot of draw to the exhaust back down the arena, and they really don't want to push through it across. It's a tricky one.
And there's no wing on it, so a lot of obstacles will have a wing on it.
Yeah. I got to go break Lauren out. She's got to
Okay.
go run her sheep.
Don't forget to take your headset off.
Thanks, Ellie. You're doing good, you guys.
Thanks, pal. Okay, Derek's got them all through obstacle number 5. Now he's getting to the sort pin, and this is obstacle number 6 and 7. So 6 is the load. Once he gets all 3 of them in there, he's got them loaded, and he'll have his points for that. If the cattle get out in the wrong way or back out, he's not going to lose those load points. he'll keep those. He'll have to reload and have them all confined into the pen again before he starts his sort. So there are two separate obstacles, loading and then sorting. Each of them worth 10 points ahead or 30 points. On the sort, you can only get 30 points or 0. A sort has to be completed. You don't get partial points. So he's got about 20 seconds to finish his load. Now he's loaded. 2 go out the right side first. Okay, he's got 1 out there. Oh, he just missed it by a couple seconds. That was a nice job, Derek.
Good job there.
Okay, so he's going to be at 180 points, I believe.
180 points.
Yes, 180.
And a time of 5 minutes. Okay, Mike Collins will be up.
Up next is
We're going to drop back and get in order, so it'll be with Boser and Nathan Myers.
up next is Mike Collins from Galt, California, and his dog Rip. Mike calls for his cattle. Rip pretty much already knows which way he's going to go. Yeah, they had a little lag here. Okay, well, Mike went ahead and he made a decision to let that one go through before the other one's caught up. And the other two ones started through, but they just didn't follow. So he can turn these two around if he likes and try to get them through the fetch and leave that red one where it is. Rip doesn't necessarily think that's the best idea, but he'll listen to the boss. So he's going to push these two black ones up and try to get them through the fetch. And that looks like that's going to work just real nice. So now he'll call Rip back, and he's got to go back up to the other end of the arena and go through the second obstacle. So Mike's got a herd of cattle at home and, you know, got a really nice place that he's built out there. So he kind of knows what he's doing. He'll do what he thinks is the best, and it's going to work for him in most cases. He's got them back together, pointed in the right direction. Remember that the handlers have to stand behind this handler's line until they finish obstacle number 4. And then they can move. So they cannot go up there and help. This all has to be done by the dog out here in front. Looks like he's got him pretty much confined right there. That's going to work. Now he's going to go around to obstacle number 3. And he gets them through there easily. Now through obstacle number 4, which has been kind of the problem child, but boy, he's got that red cow right through there. That black one wants to follow the red. So that one black one didn't go. Now they've mixed, so he's got to get them all back through. He's got to push that red cow past the daylight line, which he did. Now he can turn them around. Give it another try. Let's see if that red one remembers and takes them all back that way. There you go, Mike. Direct the front one, push the back one. And that's what he did. So now they're headed back down this way is where the draw is for their exhaust. Rip was able to come around. Red cow's going to lead them right through the obstacle. Nice job, Mike. Now you're over to the load and the sort.
That's time.
And that's time. So Mike didn't get his load. So he's back to
Nathan Myers and Vinny, you're up. Will be followed by Bo and Fancy.
so I didn't see here who was moving on. I think they both had the same score. Derek is going to move on. Okay. So Derek Westover moves on. And now we're back in order, and we'll go to Nathan Myers and Bo Sir. So Nathan first with Vinny. And here comes Nathan and Vinny. So you can see that theory working here. He's directing that lead cow. He's got to get him pushed over to our left, so he'll be on in the center. There he goes. And then he goes back and pushes the back cow. So he needs to get that cow up there before these cows come out, only from the standpoint that if they go in the direction they were headed, they're going to draw that brockle-faced cow over to that side, and it's going to be tough for Vinny to hold on to him. So he's trying to keep that one pushed over there. Now he's going to send Vinny back, pick up that other one, and push him in. That brockle-face is just curious. There he goes. Good job. You know, it just takes a little bit of patience. And that was good cattle handling by Nathan. You know, he knew what was going to happen if he let that cow get out. And it was going to be tougher for Vinny to get that other one in. Okay, now he's through the obstacle. He's got to wrap him around back up the arena to obstacle number 2. Now, this set of cattle are just a little sticky. They don't really want to travel, but they are staying pretty much together. So if he doesn't overflank and turn these cattle around, they kind of want to go and they bend easily. You know, Vinny is being very responsive to what Nathan is asking him to do. The cattle are just, you know, they're just a little sticky. That's all you can say. Is they're kind of bored with the whole situation. They don't see any need to put out any more effort than they have to. Now they're moving on to obstacle number 3. He's got to direct those cattle, push them. Now he's going to direct. There he goes. Right through. Comes back to the middle. Like I said, this course is very well designed. It's challenging. It's not on the wall. You know, some trials we go to, it seems like it's a racetrack. Just run them around the outside of the arena. This is extremely challenging where really none of the obstacles are on the wall. So there's always a place for these cattle to escape. Got the first one, the second one going, the third one through. Yeah. He's got it. Down here to obstacle number 5, where you get a little bit closer to the exhaust gate. These cattle know they need to go out or want to go out, but he's got to hurry to get them out. Oh, just in the nick of time. I'm not sure if he got that last cow out or not. My vantage point is
150 points in 5 minutes.
yeah, they said he got him out, 150 points.
If you didn't hear me earlier, anyone who has not finished their first round of sheep, please go over and get that done so they can change the course and start round number 2.
They scored a cow as the back end of the cow comes through the point line, which is the end of those panels. So from the judge's vantage point, and they're pretty much right on top of it where they're sitting, that last cow made it out before the buzzer. So they gave him 150 points. And here comes Bo Sir from Oregon. With his dog Fancy. So Bo calls for the cattle. They open the gate. And we've got cattle in the arena, and there goes Fancy. Now this set looks like they're a little bit more trotty. They want to go somewhere. That front one really wants to go somewhere. So the more this dog on cattle like this, the more this dog gets into her face, the worse it's going to get. So this needs to be a situation where Bo and the dog just let the cattle drift. You go and direct. Just direct. You don't need to get in his face and punch him in the nose. You know, some of these cattle need a punch in the nose, but these don't need a punch in the nose. They already want to go somewhere. You just need to direct them in the direction that you want them to go in. Yeah. Compare these to the set that Nathan had. Nathan's didn't want to go anywhere. You know. And, you know, some people say, well, this is a bad set of cattle. No, it's not a bad set of cattle. This is the type of cattle you can win on because they want to go. You just can't piss them off. So that one's already a little upset. Fancy got a little uptight with him and got a little bite, but still okay. Got one through, got two going through. It's okay. I think I can't see from my vantage point, but it looks as though one of those two that he's bringing back didn't go through. So he's going to try it again, and now that this cow's running down to the other corner, it's going to be tough. So I don't know what their ruling on that is going to be. He got two of them through and one not. And it appeared that he is retrying that obstacle. So normally the rules are if you start to retry an obstacle, you go back down to 0 points, where he had 20 and he could have moved on. But since he didn't, apparently, and I'm not 100% sure what he's done and where the judges are going with this, but normally if you try to retry the obstacle, you go back to 0 and now you don't have the 20 points that you did get. So we'll see. It doesn't look like he's going in a good direction. We've got 3 cattle in 3 different places. So we'll have to wait and see what the judge's decision is on that. Okay, we're at 4 minutes, 4:30, 4.5 minutes, and Bo decides to pull the plug. He's opening the exhaust gate. He knows he can't go anywhere further. He knew that Nathan already had 150 points, and he just didn't have the time to get there. So Nathan Myers will move on in that group. And our next up is my Canadian friend Jordan Macowski and Jed Corus.
Our next match, Jordan Macowski and Jed Corus. Jordan Macowski, you'll be up first.
Jordan and Lennon. Jordan again is from Canada. I think Ontario, if I'm not mistaken. Over on the Canadian East.
Made a mistake. The sheep second round will not be until tomorrow.
So sends Lennon. So Jordan has two dogs. He's got his older dog, Hendrix, and the younger dog, Lennon. So if you're an old rock and roll fan, you might recognize those two names. Jimi Hendrix, John Lennon. Jordan's a old-time rock and roll fan, and he calls his little outfit Rock and Roll Stock Dogs. So he told me last week he was staying with some friends. They had a feedlot, and they were shipping cattle out, so he was using Lennon to load cattle and work bigger bunches of cattle in and around the feedlot. And there you want the dog to be strong and work on his own. And then you ask him to settle down and start listening and be precise. So he's done good so far. He won his first match, and let's see how he does here in the second one. But a big transition for Lennon, and it just shows how versatile these dogs can be. You know, 1 minute they're loading fat cattle out of a feedlot that in most cases want to run them over, and now they've got to be precise and get some cattle through an obstacle. He's doing an excellent job so far. There we go. So Lennon's a younger dog. I don't know that he's quite 3, or maybe he's just 3. You can see the intensity in these dogs. You know, the genetics of all these dogs are just amazing, and the strength that they have and what that dog does is amazing. You know, I had a couple genetics classes in college, and about the only thing I got out of there was there was a dominant and a recessive gene, but I didn't really understand it until I started working with these border collies, how intense that genetics can be. Okay, from our vantage point, I couldn't see 100% of the. I think he missed one cow, dropped one cow on that last obstacle. He's at 4 minutes, 20 seconds. He needs to continue to move forward. He's going to take that. He dropped one there. And he's got 30 seconds to get him loaded, and this is what he's going to try to do. Looks like he's going to run out of time here in a couple seconds. Yep, there goes the buzzer. So I think he's got 130 points.
Jordan had 120 points in the final 5 minutes.
120 points. Okay. Yeah.
Sarah Jo is on the winning sheet, so we're going to roll down to Mary Jo and Shannon Fritz. Shannon, are you here?
Okay, this is Jed Corus and Cinch. First two are pretty cooperative. Let's see if he can. He's going to have to push that one, push them both over. There he goes. Through obstacle number 1. There's 30 points. Okay, nice work, Jed. 30 points through obstacle number 2. Obstacle number 3. Okay, another 30 points. Turns him, does a cross drive across the arena. Oh. Trying to work this one right in there if he'll follow. There you go. That was nice work, and that was nice of the other two cattle to stay inside there to draw that last cow in. Sometimes we just appreciate that much help.
Jed, you're good. You got enough points, unless you want to keep going.
Okay.
Jed advances. Good job.
So they just, Jordan had 120, judges made 130 points. So the judges are saying, you're going to move on. So let's not waste any more time. So Jed Corus moves on. We're going to skip Sarah Joe and Brooklyn. One of them is running in the sheep pen right now, I think Sarah Joe. And we will go to Mary Jo Itel and Shannon Fritz. Shannon's going to run first in this set. Okay, while we're waiting for Shannon, a little insight here. The association that runs most of this is the biggest stock dog association here in the U.S. is the Mountain States Stock Dog Association. Started in 2016, and they've just done a fantastic job. Our classes are broke down into 4 categories, actually 5. We have the open, and that's based on the handler's ability. So open handlers are kind of the top of the heap. They're the ones that are dog trainers, training dogs, giving lessons, breeding, selling dogs. But they're good dog. They're the best dog handlers around. Secondly, we have a nursery class. This is based on the dog's age, and there's a date. I think it's usually October 1st. It would be 2022, maybe 2021. Most of the dogs in the nursery class are 3 years old or younger. It depends on their birth date. There's a few of them that could be a little bit older than 3, but not by very much. So we have the open based on the handler, the nursery based on the dog's age. Then we have the intermediate class, which is again based on the handler's ability, and that is handlers that they're not just beginners. They're not in the novice class. They've progressed past the novice class, but not quite ready to move up to the open handlers category for one reason or other. So we have the intermediate class. Next, we have the novice class, which is basically people just entering it, or people that have not been able to move up into the intermediate. We have some, I'll tell you, top of the line novices that next year after the finals will not be novices. They will be moved up. And then, of course, we have the juniors handlers, which is always fun to watch at the trials and at the finals. I mean, we've got kids that are as young as 4 or 5 years old, and sometimes they go out there with their dads, and pretty easy. You just fetch the cattle from the set out to the open. So here we are back with Shannon and her dog Bob. Okay, she does a good job of getting them through the fetch. You gotta bring them around now. It's kind of a little tough obstacle, number 2. You come out of that fetch and you've got to make a sharp U-turn pretty much, or a right turn coming out of that. If you come through and exit it on the cattle's right, you have to just keep bending them around to go back up the arena. So the faster you can get them turned, the better you're going to do. Shannon's done a good job of getting them controlled, getting them together, getting them pointed in the right direction. Good job. Got that one that just doesn't really want to cooperate. Oh. See, and once those other cattle are out there, she's pretty much stuck. Now, she does have the opportunity to move on. Looks like she's not going to take that opportunity. Now it looks like she's going to move on, but she has Gan. So she's down 10 points on that third obstacle. But she's continuing to move forward. She's at 3 minutes and 30 seconds rather than fight those and try to turn them around and go back to that obstacle number 2. Well, maybe I'm wrong. Okay, yeah, she took 1 on obstacle number 4. I think it was 2 on obstacle number 2. Oh, darn. I don't know.
100 points.
100 points, they said.
Mary Jo, you'll be up. Then we're going to jump back up to Sarah Jo and Brooke.
Okay, so Shannon, I think they said, had 100 points. And this is Mary Jo Itel and her dog Beth. And she needs to have 110 points. Calls for cattle. Okay, she's through the fetch, obstacle number 1, and now she's got him going in the right direction. She's got to bend him around to the right. You can see how different these cattle are. These cattle so far have been, you could say sticky or a little sluggish. They don't really see the purpose in running around and wasting a lot of energy. They're just kind of hanging out and going where they're told, maybe wandering off. But, the dog needs to be staying off of these cattle so she doesn't buzz them up, and she is. She's not causing a problem. See? But they're slow. They have to be encouraged to move. So we want to direct the front one. Come back here and push the back one. Okay, it looks like she's through obstacle number 3. I say this obstacle number 4 has proven to be a challenging obstacle because it's narrow. There's no wing on it to force those cattle into the obstacle. And you've got to take your time at it.
Mary Jo, you got it. You got enough points to advance. No, you'll be okay. Because as long as you're advancing, you'll be good.
Okay. So they're telling her she just got enough points. I think she's at 120 points. So Mary Jo is moving on to the next round.
Sarah Jo and Madden, you'll be the next match.
And now we're going to go back to Sarah Jo Gam and Brooklyn Madden. And this is Sarah Jo coming up with her dog Digger. Sarah Jo lives up at Washington State. I know she puts on several trials and has some clinics up there as well. So let's see what Sarah and Digger do, and see what the cattle have to offer. Here they come. There goes Digger. The handler can walk back and forth, as you see Sarah Jo doing, she's walked from left to right. Now she's going back to the left. But she has to stay in back of the handler's line, which is basically a horizontal line across the front of these panels that you're seeing on your right, all the way across. They have to be aware where that is. They can't leave that line until after obstacle number 4. So again, notice the difference in the cattle. You know, these are live animals. They're not machines. Every one of them's different. These are kind of looking at the dog. They're curious. They're not really enthused with running around, wasting a lot of energy. They're just like, okay, you know, tell me where you want me to go, and I'll try to go there and do what you ask. But you're going to have to ask. You know, you're going to have to tell me where to go. I'm not just running around. Where, you know, the next set might be a little bit more trotty. But look at how much time we're using up here. You know, she's already at 2.5 minutes, and she's still trying to get through obstacle number 2. So, you know, having cattle that don't trot and don't run away from you, sometimes it's better, sometimes it's good. It depends on your dog and your ability. Cattle like this give the handler a lot of time to think about what's doing, what to do, but it becomes a little frustrating too, because you're thinking, why don't they just go where I ask them to? You know, this one kind of walks off to the right side. Digger's got to run around there and get her directed. They're all kind of looking towards the exit gate. Nobody's looking down that obstacle, and they're all standing right in front of it. You know, so it's Sarah Joe's job and Digger's job to communicate to these cattle where they're supposed to go. They have no desire to go that way, because their draw is down at this end where they get let out. They get to go back on feed and water outside. Nobody's bothering them. They get to hang out a little bit and do what cattle do. So they're not really interested in doing what the dog's asking them to do. So, you know, one set, I don't know that's any better than the other. It depends on the dog and depends on how you handle your dog, etc., you know. You can see Digger might be getting a little bit frustrated with the situation too. You know, he's getting in a little closer than he should. You'd hear some people say, oh, that dog's not very strong. No, he's pretty strong. He's strong enough. But if you're trying to be precise and get them through an obstacle, you don't need their heads in the air running around. So there, that was time. And just to show you, they can trot around, and that's where they want to go, to the exit gate. So nice job, Sarah Joe and Digger.
After Brooklyn, we'll go to Frankie with Annie, DJ with Jolene.
So up now is Brooklyn, Madden, and Laser. And after that, we're going to drop dead, and we'll be back on course with Frankie Acosta and DJ Anderson. Jeez. Here come Laser's cattle, and there he goes. Just in time. Yeah, that one that was going off to the right was already in front, hadn't passed the daylight line, so she had to daylight all those cattle and didn't have those across to get full points. Okay, so now here you've got a little different set. You know, they're not sticking together. They're looking to go somewhere. There they go. They're trotting off. They're not shoulder to shoulder. So is that better than the last set? Who knows? It just depends on how the dog and the handler assess the situation and how they can control the situation. So if you're a control freak out there, this would be a good sport for you. You've got to control these cattle. Okay, you can see a completely different set of cattle than the one Sarah Joe had. These are wanting to go someplace like this one. He's about ready to jump out one more time around here, and he's liable to take it. But he wants to go to the exhaust. The other two are standing there. They don't understand what's going on. And she's still trying to get through the second obstacle that Sarah Joe was trying to get to. So don't sit at home and say, boy, that was a terrible set. Because these are two different sets, the last one and this one, and they're having about the same result. And we just hope that Brooklyn doesn't get herself run over here with this cow, because she doesn't seem to have any respect for the dog. And apparently over here next to the exit gate, she didn't have much respect for Brooklyn. So she's going to give them a second to calm down, let them all group up. Let's try it again. Here we go. You can't let them turn their head this way or they want to trot to the exhaust. And that's the constant fight. And it kind of gets worse as the day gets on. The cattle get smarter, they get more tired. Now, okay, for those of you trying to watch on your phone or something, a friend of mine, Dave Hammond, thank you, Dave, suggested that you can watch it on your TV or on YouTube. Just search Cattle Challenge. So I would rather watch it on the TV. I'm sitting here looking at a pretty nice monitor. that allows me to see it, and I think I'd rather watch that than my phone. So look it up, sit down, have a cocktail and some chips. Okay, well, let's see who won that heat, because I think they were at the same score. So the winner on that, if there's a tie, which I think there is on points, they'll go back to the fastest time on the last obstacle, which was the fetch. So whoever scored first on the fetch will move on. I haven't heard. So now we're back on order. Here comes Frankie Acosta with /J Annie, and he'll be going against DJ Anderson, our shootout host. And he makes a nice introduction there. Good job, Frankie. Frankie was quick on directing that dog back and forth. You know, she had to make a move. Both sides, they were trying to miss the obstacle. Frankie is a California guy. Known him for quite a number of years. He's in the past, I don't know how long ago it was, 5 years or so ago, moved to Oklahoma. He's training dogs there. Last year he got married to a really nice young lady, Haley Costa now. She's at home. Frankie usually has a conversation or two out loud with his dogs, especially his older dog, Sam, which is a great, powerful red and white male. And when things start going bad, you can hear Frankie say, "Samuel, what are you doing?" He knows that he can't have that dog in there really tight, so he's telling him to get off. He missed that one black heifer that went off to the side of the obstacle. So he's bringing them all back around and going to try it again. There you go. That's where the patience comes in. You know, you could have sent that dog, you could have moved him, and maybe moved him a hair quicker. They were all kind of in and looking at the obstacle. He just needed to give them a chance to go where they needed to go. So a combination of strength and power and direction and patience is what it takes. Sometimes we don't have enough patience. In this, we get too anxious. Looks like he's got them all through obstacle number 3. Now he's coming to obstacle number 4. These cattle want to go somewhere. They're moving. That's nice. Come on down to obstacle number 5. Frankie's giving him a little bit of help. He blocks him there. Remember, it's a team sport, so he's going to pressure him. Going to ask Annie to go around. There you go. Nice. Nice job. About 3:30, he's off to the sort pen. He's got plenty of time. Nice job of getting them in. I think we're going to make it. 2 out this side. Good job. Move to red cow. Yeah. Frankie Acosta, 4 minutes and 19 seconds. Full score. Excellent run. Okay. So now DJ Anderson is up with his dog Jolene. Both DJ and Jolene have been very successful through this trial year so far. Our trial year is just about up. It ends point-wise April 30th, and that's the cutoff for our finals at the Mountain States Stock Dog Association in Afton, Wyoming, which will be the middle of June. If anybody's in the area and just wants to go watch a bunch of good dogs and be around a lot of good people, stop into Afton. You will not regret the scenery, the people, or the show. It's fantastic. All right, we're through obstacle number 1 in good form. We're going to make that hard right turn, go back up the arena, which is where the cattle don't necessarily want to go. So DJ's got to have a full score. He knows he's got to hustle, and he's got to beat 419. So he knows what he's got to do, and that's why they had a coin toss out here when they picked, and the winner of the coin toss got to choose whether he went first or second in the bracket, you know. So DJ won the coin toss. He picked he'd go second, which made Frankie go first. Sometimes that's an advantage, sometimes it's a disadvantage. Frankie did all he could. He did a great job. He got a full score, 419. Now that puts the pressure on DJ. He knows he can't be any less than a full score, and he's got to be faster than 419. So if he doesn't make a cow through an obstacle like right there, he knows he's got to turn those cattle around. He can't say he's going on because there's no sense. He will not beat Frankie if he drops a point. So he turns him around. He's got to clear the obstacle, daylight him as it's called, and get him pointed in that direction again. That red cow wants to go around, and she'll drag that one. He'd stop the black cow. Can you see the difference between working a dog outside and in your pastures or coming off the mountain, coming out of the desert, wherever it might be, and just moving from pasture to pasture into the corrals? And if they would have gone on the other side of that, it wouldn't have made a big difference. But here you got to keep turning those cattle around. Every time you turn them around, you upset them. They don't necessarily want to do that any more than you do. They'd rather be sitting out in the feed yard, standing at the feed trough eating. Nice job, DJ. I thought he had them all, but he's going to get them right there. Okay. He's still on track. He's got time. He's at 3 minutes and 20 seconds, but his time is ticking. Okay, he's come through obstacle number 3 quickly. He's got to come through obstacle number 4 without much trouble. Oh man, did he get lucky there. Nice job, Jolene. That was awesome. He's making up time now. Those cattle are moving. He needs to load them. I mean, get them in here. This is where your blood pressure goes up a little bit. DJ can see the clock. He knows what he's got to do. Oh, he missed one. Now he kind of knows he's out of luck. He did everything he could. Boy, he just barely missed that cow. But he doesn't have enough time to finish that obstacle, bring him back around and reload it, do it, then bring him over here and load the sword pen and sort him.
Right, Frankie, you're moving on.
So
Next up.
DJ and Jolene did an awesome job, but they are not moving on, and it's Frankie Acosta that's going to the next bracket. Up next, we've got first John Stottlemyre from Oklahoma and Brian Jacobs from Aden, California. First up is John. John and his dog M. If you can look at this dog, you ought to. I can see him from the side a little bit from my position. You see the intensity on that dog. She is just looking, staring down the arena, just saying, "Come at me, guys. Bring me everything. I got it all. Me and my buddy John, we're going to take you." Good job, John and Emma. Em. It always amazes me, and we've all done this, is as the dog is not taking our command as quickly as we expect, we raise our voice. It's kind of like we think the dog can't hear. Well, you know, their hearing is awesome, and they hear, I think, probably better when we whisper, but we feel we need to raise our voice so they can hear us. We all do it, and every time I hear myself doing it, I just can't tell you how stupid I think I am when I do it. So John is one that uses stand with his dog M. And you can see how much presence that dog has when she's standing rather than laying down, and how quickly she's able to move to her next position. She's got a great stand. I really like that on a dog. You can see they have no interest in that obstacle. They're looking at the exhaust gate. Got one walking through. If he can kind of hold that one in there. Okay, well, he's got two. Now, he might make this, but I don't think so. That's too strong of a draw with two of that cow's buddies standing down at the exhaust gate. Yeah, it looks like John's going to take his 20 points on that and try to get as many points as he can. He's still got about a minute and 15 seconds to get these cattle loaded and sorted. He's got enough time. And Em's doing a good job of keeping these cattle controlled. Well, that was a good try. It just didn't work. The other two ran through and ran out. John's at 445. I don't think that's going to be considered a pen. I think the cattle just ran through, and all three of them were not consumed in the pen at one time. And there goes the buzzer. So John had 140 points. And his opponent in this bracket is Brian Jacobs and SBC Ivanka. Brian calls for his cattle. Got the gate open. They're just waiting to bring them out nice and slow. Ivanka's on the move. Nice dog work. Keep them nice and quiet. Just direct the front one, push the back one. If you watch Brian, he sets a good example on this. Good dog handling ability. When it's done right, it's not that exciting. Everybody says, well, those cattle just walked through the obstacle. Yeah, they did because of what Brian and Ivanka were doing and the way they did it. So, okay, they're through obstacle number 3 and coming to obstacle number 4. Okay, he had one skirt around the outside. I heard him say, I'm going to take 2. So now he's going to obstacle number 5, obstacle number 5. He's got lots of time. He knows what he needs to do. There you go. So now basically he doesn't even need to make his sort. He needs to get him into the pen and he'll be moving on. And there he is. If you notice how smoothly and quietly Brian moves, that was an awesome job. Nice job, Brian Jacobs and Ivanka. Be a full score, and Brian will be moving on. 3 minutes and 8 seconds. That's one of the fastest of the day.
Dwayne Hayes and Hook, Parker Harrison pitch.
Okay, next up we have Dwayne Hayes going against Parker Harris. So we're getting to the end. And here's Dwayne Hayes from New Plymouth, Idaho. Calls for his cattle. And here the opponents come. This is his dog Hook. Hook is very responsive. I really like this dog. Got a great stop on him, and that's extremely important in this sport. If you can't get that dog to stop when you want, you're overflanking. Those cattle are going to go in a different direction. You don't want that, and that's just wasting time. Positioning that dog at the right place so those cattle are still going straight. Just watch their heads. That's what's important. Wherever their head goes, that's where the body's going to follow. He's through obstacle number 2 in 1 minute, so he's got a great time going. So he's first up in his challenge here against Parker. So he needs to do everything he can, because no telling what kind of set of cattle Parker's going to have, or what side of the bed Parker's dog woke up, how he's feeling, how they're going to run. So Dwayne's got to get every point he possibly can, and he is sure is doing a good job at it. Nope. You know, once they come down to this side of the arena and get close to that exhaust gate, and they keep turning their head to it, sooner or later you're going to find yourself picking a fight with these cattle, and things are not going to go as smoothly as you want them to. So the more you can stay off the cattle, get them to respect the dog, which they're doing an excellent job. Both the cattle and the dog are doing an excellent job, and Dwayne, of making everything come together. Yeah. Just a little bit of an overflank there, turned those cattle heads just a little bit too much, and they headed back towards the exhaust gate. So the draw in a course makes a tremendous amount of difference. And you have to be so extremely aware of the draw that when you're flanking your dog, you really don't want those heads turning back towards the exhaust gate or whatever draw you might have, because turn their heads towards the exhaust and they're going to head that way. Okay. Look where they're going. They're going right back to the exhaust gate. And now Hook is getting a little bit frustrated because they're not going where he wants them to go. So he's getting a little bit on the muscle too and wanting to try to make something happen. Normally that doesn't work in a trial situation. You know, if you're in the feedlot or if you're out in the pasture and you need to get them to move, that's great. And you need a dog with a little heel bite, good clean heel bite, or a little nose bite. There we go, John. Dwayne was a little more aware that time, I think, of how far he was sending Hook and where they were going. So he's got 2 out of the 3 in the obstacle. Well, he had 2 out of the 3 through the obstacle. 120 points. 120 points for Dwayne.
So please remember to pick up after your dogs. There's wheelbarrows and pitchforks outside.
So now we've got Parker Harris from Oregon with his dog Pitch. Parker's younger brother Carter also made it to the second round. Actually, he'll be up in after Parker 1, 2, 3 more dogs, and Carter will be going against Barry from Canada. So let's see what Parker does here. He's got to be better than 120 points to move on. Parker and his dog Pitch. Parker calls for the cattle. They swing the gate open. I see cattle back there waiting to come out. The stock setter moves behind them and pushes them out. 3 cattle are kind of coming out of the trot. Pitch has them controlled. That's the first step. Let's see how we do on the fetch. Yep, got them kind of looking, but they're looking off to the side. There we go, right there. That was a nice move, Parker. Didn't send him too far, just right. Now he's got to make that hard right turn up to the next obstacle. See, that cow bent real easily while Pitch was way in the back. He didn't have to run up to his eye. He just had to get past his hip. Oops, probably didn't need that, but it worked. Like I say, this is not an exact science. It's a very fluid sport, very fluid. What worked yesterday may not work today. You've got to be able to adjust for every situation. I used to try to make a plan of what I was going to do. And when that plan didn't come together, I just fell apart. So a friend of mine told me, don't make a plan. Don't make a plan. Just react to what you see. When you see it happening, react. So that's kind of been a good thing that I've picked up. I don't know how good I am at it, but that's what I do. So. For those of you that make a plan and it works and you stick to it, more power to you. Okay, Pitch is getting a little out of hand. Here he's running up to the nose and turning his cattle back. So that was the second or third time that he did that. And sooner or later, it's going to turn into a disaster. You got one of them standing out there pretty much in the obstacle. Gets the other two in the obstacle. That one might have, the first one might have entered from the backside. There you go. You can probably hear Parker getting elevated a little bit. You know, he's young. I think he told me he's 18 years old. And I think this might be his first year showing dogs. He's doing really good. Made it through that obstacle good. He's coming to obstacle number 5. He's at 3.5 minutes. Almost stepped over his handler's line. I heard somebody call from the stands, "Watch your line." If he goes past that line, he'll get disqualified. Or they'll end, I think they'll end his run where he is. They'll give him the points that he's got and then tell him he's done. Oh, nice work, Parker. And pitch. Come on. You got 45 seconds. Get him in the pen.
Good job, Parker. You're moving on.
Oh,
Make sure you catch.
there you go. There he got 150 points, so they said he's moving on. Okay, up now we've got Buck Mendenhall and Buck in his dog trio, and he'll be going against Tammy Yoast and Daisy. So up now is Buck. Including Buck, we've got 10 more dogs, so we're about 2/3 done. Not sure if that last one has come through yet. Yep, now he's through. And make that hard right turn up to obstacle number 2. We'll try to. See, when they get spread out like that, I mean, those cattle aren't bad, but you got one way over on the left, one on the right. You got to move both of them to the center, which he did. Got through obstacle number 2 easily. Moving on to obstacle number 3. And, you know, these cattle are maybe a little bit more trotty than some of the other sets, but Buck and Trio are handling them real well. Okay, they're behind the obstacle. See, when I said earlier where these obstacles were not on the fence, there's that area on the other side where those cattle can get behind. And that makes it more difficult. If this obstacle was right on the fence, you wouldn't have to worry about that side. Now he's got him. Good job, Buck. He's at 1.5 minutes. He's through the obstacle number 3. Trio's trying to keep them together, doing a pretty good job of it. Now he's going to cross drive across the arena into obstacle number 4, I was a little high-headed there. That heifer, she looks like she wants to take a run at the fence. Yeah, got one outside. See if he can push that one back while those other two wait. Oh, that was nice. Nice those other two cattle to kind of hang out right there and wait for that other one to come in. They're coming to obstacle number 5. They go around the top side of it, so, you know, now we're kind of in a horse race. He's just past 3 minutes, so he's still got lots of time. I'm going to group them back together. Gets to around that one, just wants to miss it again. Okay, he got 2 through. He said they're going around with 2. I don't know if they consider those cattle mixed, or since he already called 2, if they're going to give him that third one or not. I would say not. He's got 45 seconds to get them loaded and sorted. Okay, now they see the opening. Okay, we got to get that third one in before anything goes out. Now he's loaded. Got 10 seconds to sort. 1, 2, and by golly, he did it. 457, full score. Well, he dropped one. So he's got 200 points. Nice job, Buck. So Tammy has to come in, and she has got to get a full score to move on. But if Buck would have tried to turn him around and get that other cow in that other obstacle number 5, he would not have. He would have run out of time before he got this done. You can see how close he was. 4:57. He had 3 seconds left. Just lucky that everything worked out as good as it did for him. Here comes Tammy Yoast and Daisy. Tammy calls for her cattle. Cattle are standing there when the gates open. Let's see how they come out. Now, it's like that one. We need to get the dog back there. She's got it. Good job, Tammy. Good job. This is a tough obstacle going to number 2. You've got to get them turned around. They're already headed towards the draw, which is the exhaust. They don't really want to turn around and go that way. So watch. A little bit of an overflank, turn those cattle. And they want to keep coming back. know, they're not bad cattle. They're just challenging. Oh, that son of a gun, he just skirted on the outside. So she's going to have to bring him back. Okay, through there, she's on to obstacle number 3. Got that one kind of hanging out. Now they're all together. Oh. Okay, she got them all 3 in, got them all 3 out. Nice dog. Nice dog handling. Brings them around. She's going to drive them across the arena. Into this obstacle. They all seem to want to go. Okay. Okay. Tammy's going on 3.5 minutes. She's got 1.5 minutes to get through this obstacle and get over to the pen and get all her cattle penned and sorted. This has been a obstacle that a lot of competitors have struggled on as well, because the way it's set up, they cannot see their exit. When they enter this obstacle, they're looking straight into that solid wall of the fence, and all the exhibitor or spectators sitting out in the bleachers, which puts pressure on them. They don't necessarily want to go in there, so you have to convince them to go in. They see it. That one's, see, he walked away from that. He almost had his head in the obstacle, and he just turned and walked away from it. Those are the things that make this sport so challenging and so hard, because there's no reasoning for that. That cow was headed straight in. Now she's going. Okay. Well, now she's about to run out of time. She's used up all her time in there, and it looks like Buck's gonna move on. So good job, Tammy.
150 points, so Buck is moving on. Next match is Barry with Ranger, Carter with Leah.
Okay, our next matchup is Barry Bessemer and Ranger from Canada, and Carter Harris and Leah from Oregon. Just a few sets ago, you saw Carter's older brother, Parker, win his match, and he's moving on. So now it's up to Carter to hold up his end of the family, and him and Leah will try to do that. Right now it's Barry's turn with Ranger. That red cow wants to lead, and as long as they lead in the right direction, everybody's okay with that. Okay. Barry brings Ranger around to the front. Turns old Red around and says, let's go back through the obstacle number 2. But the cattle are going to make Ranger work for it. Watch how low this dog works. He's really stylish. His head and tail are almost dragging the ground when he moves. Missed it. Okay, so he'll have to bring him back around. You know, that's what makes this shootout so interesting. You know, in a trial, you have to beat every dog that's in that class. Here, you really just need to beat one person. And then you move on, you got to beat one more. So you don't have to beat everybody. Just one at a time. Simple. Okay, Barry and Ranger did a good job of getting them through this second obstacle. Now they're moving on to number 3. Cattle are getting a little bit trotty, and they kind of skirted around the outside. If you look on that back wall, there's a big mirror there. Not quite sure what that's for. That's got to be for something that the equestrian, do they have a cutting cow that they can put on that, you know, right outside that back wall. I don't know if that's something for that, you know, so you can see the other side or whatever. But it's kind of interesting to watch it. You get a different view of the cattle. Okay, Red keeps wanting to come down here to the exhaust. You can see how strong that exhaust draw really is. You know, Ranger really works nice. He works wide. He's not slicing in on these cattle. He's had plenty of opportunities to go take a cheap shot on the nose and fire them up, but he stays off of them. Okay. Okay, he's still got that one black one out there. That black heifer just didn't really have any respect for Barry at all. They went right around him. Okay. Well, 5 minutes. And I think he's got 120 points. I'm not sure. Must have dropped a couple. As they said, 100 points for Barry. Let's see if Carter can get to the next round with his brother. Wouldn't that be cool if the two brothers matched up? I think the first year they had this shootout, at the final round, the top two handlers were James Butler and his wife, Verona Butler, and they went head to head. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Verona won. Not 100% sure. My memory doesn't go back that far. Oh, good job, Carter and Leah. Got him through the fetch. Nice set of cattle. A cattle bit nice off of Leah, and she's doing a good job of staying off. Carter's doing really good. Oh, see, just a hair over fetch when he went to the away side, or overflanked rather, and that pushed those cattle past that. If he would have stopped her maybe 2 or 3 feet sooner, they wouldn't have bent so far and went around. So now he's still trying to get obstacle number 2. The cattle aren't going to give you much help. You got to make them do it. Okay, he's got one that kind of wants to go. There you go. Now, uh-oh, he can stop that red one. Can he do it? Yep. Okay. Got obstacle number 2. He's at 1.5 minutes. Let's see what obstacle number 3 gives him. They're going. Black one's going around the outside. Red one's going around the front. Good call, Carter. Come down here and stop these. Send them back. He's at 2 minutes. I think he's going to get this. Yep, there they go. Oh, almost. Nice job, Carter. Okay. You're at 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Got lots of time. Direct. Yep. You're good to go, buddy. And that's 120 points. And that's good enough to get him to moving on. So we've got Carter Harris and Parker Harris. Brothers are going into the next round. I'd like to see them match up against each other. Okay, we've got 2, 4, 6 dogs ready to go. 6 more, and we're done for the day. 6:30. So we'll be done by 7:30, hopefully. Looks like we're running about 8 dogs an hour, which is pretty good for a course like this. Getting a lot of 5-minute courses, or 5-minute courses, yeah. And takes time to get cattle out of the arena. It takes time to get your new handler in. Okay, this is Brennan Hooper and his dog Bonjo. They're from the Elko, Nevada area. I think maybe Spring Creek, if not Elko. Spring Creek is just a little bit outside Elko, beautiful area. Yeah, that's good dog work. Nice and quiet. Cattle are curious. They would rather come just get out of my way and I can go to the exhaust gate. You let me out. I go back outside. It's a little colder, sure, but I got a big winter coat on. And I just go by the feed bunk. I'll get me a drink of water, get me a little feed. I'll go out there and lay down and rest. Just get out of my way. That's really all they're thinking about. There you go. Dog wasn't really sure what Brennan was asking him to do. Again, the genetics of these dogs is to bring you the cattle and control them. Pushing the cattle away from you is not a natural thing for these dogs. In the training process, you know, as puppies, that's the last thing they get taught is start pushing them away. The cow would like to see who's out in the stands. Bonjo goes over there and takes a couple cheap shots at him. Gives him something else to think about. Puts him back with the other ones. You see how the dog keeps creeping up to go around these cattle. Well, there, that was a nice heel bite. Just get out there in front and direct. There you go. Just to bring them back and push. Got one that kind of wants to cooperate. We flank the dog to the away side. I mean the come by side, my mistake. Flank the dog, come by. Now that's the away side. I think Brennan might have been listening to me. There you go, right there. Right there. Now go back. Direct the front one, push the back one. Like I say, this sport is so fluid. It's never the same twice in a row. What happened yesterday or earlier today isn't going to happen again. Okay, I think he got 2 through there, if I'm not mistaken. And now he times out. So we'll see what score the judges gave him. comes Shane Ellingwood and his dog Ike. I did not hear them announce a score. I think it was 50 points, but I'm not 100% sure. Sometimes the perspective from where I'm sitting and where I'm looking at the monitor, I can't see exactly if a cow skirted around or actually went all the way through. So we have to rely on the judges for that. Okay, Shane's got him through the fetch. Okay, he's got him through. Okay, so he has beaten Brennan. Shane is moving on. Next up, we'll have Stockton White and Richard Daybell. I don't know which one of them is going to be first. We'll see in a minute. So, I think I see Stockton coming to the gate. Yep. Okay, Stockton White and his dog MISR Hawk. Now, earlier on, you saw his little brother, Sam White, who has moved on. So let's see if Stockton can move on. Stockton's the oldest of 4, 3 boys and a girl. He'll be 16, I think, next May, I was told. So he's 15. He'll be 15. Okay, got him through the fetch easily. Got 2 of them that want to go in. All we got to do is back this third one up. Yep, I think that might do it. Okay. Oh, is it a minute and a half? He's through obstacle number 2. On to obstacle number 3 now. Okay, direct to front one, push to back one. Go out and direct to front one. I got it, nice. He can make up some time there. Turn these cattle, cross drive them across the arena. Oh, there he goes. He's got him stopped. They got to come through that little chute. Yeah, he's in. Through obstacle number 3. Or 4. Yep, that's 4. Coming to obstacle number 5. And he's at 2 minutes and 20 seconds. If I'm not mistaken, Stockton had, if not the fastest, one of the fastest runs in the first bracket. And he's doing pretty good to have another one here. I'd like to see Sam and Stockton draw up together, two brothers. Sam's working these cattle really nice. They got a nice ranch in Bancroft, Idaho. Work cattle all the time. The boys and girls are all homeschooled. Got to get that one back in. Now turn that one around. Got to get them in. They've all got to be in. Now he's got them. Now he's got a sort. 2 out the right side, 1 out the left. Good job. There it goes. Whoa, full score, 4 minutes and 3 seconds. Not too shabby for a 15-year-old young man. Okay, full score, 4:03. That puts the pressure on Richard. He knows what he's got to do. Richard and Shea are sure capable of matching that score. And they'll give it their best try. So here it goes. Richard calls for his cattle. Oh, they come hopping in. Okay. Get that one turned in. Nice. Got his fetch. Make a hard right turn up the arena. Every time he's got to turn those cattle around, it costs him seconds. Now he's got them separated. That's never a good situation, so he's got to gather them up again. Clock doesn't stop until you're all done. Oh, he missed that one. So he's got to bring them back around. Stockton got a full score, so Richard knows that he needs a full score. He can't drop any points on the way up. So he's still got lots of time. Okay, he's got 2 of them in the pen. Of course, that one doesn't want to play. And one backs out. And the farther they come back this way in the arena, the more time it takes. Now he's got 3 cows in 3 different places. Never a good feeling. Richard's doing a good job of maneuvering Shea and getting these cattle going in the correct direction. Oh, that one just skirts that obstacle again. Like I've said before, this sport is so fluid. Just about the time you think they're all headed right through there, one of them turns his head a little bit and just walks by the side of it, and you're done. And that's kind of what happened last time they went through. They were all headed through, and at the last second, that one just turned its head. There. Hard work and perseverance pays off. Unfortunately, there went the buzzer, so nice job. Richard Daybill and Shea. That was a tough set, and Stockton White moves on. This is our last set, so we've got 2 more dogs to run. Dennis Bisnet, my friend who beat me, and his dog DB Little Red, and Zach Brady. Zach will be going first, I believe, with his dog May. So let's see how this shakes out. So I was told, but yeah, this is Zach coming in after the first bracket, and Dennis and I were second to the last out, and he beat me. I didn't get my my sword. I got my load, but I couldn't get him sorted, and Dennis got him loaded and beat me. So I was told by another friend of mine, he said when Dennis was going in, he said to Dennis, "Dennis, are you and Elliot friends?" And Dennis said, "Not right now." I thought that was very apropos. That's just a mindset that you got to have. And, I feel good. Everybody wants to win. I think my dog worked very well. I made a minimal of mistakes. I might have been a little too close in my positioning on the sort, and maybe that's what didn't work. But, you know, I'm just happy as all get out for Dennis and Red to move on, and I'm rooting for them to do the best they can today and at the finals tomorrow. Hopefully they'll be there. So this is Zach Brady and his dog May. They made it through the fetch really nice. And that it seems like not a lot of them want to go through there for some reason. They just kind of skirt around, and the dog has to force them with his position. Not when I say force, not necessarily biting or chewing on the cattle, just positioning themselves. Direct the cattle. Direct the front one, push the back one. And you'll continue to see that as we go on. So here we go on obstacle number 3, and they went around the top side of it. Zach's got to bring them back out, bring them around, and push them into the obstacle. Right now they're not in the obstacle, they're behind it. Zach set them away, which is counterclockwise. You know, that's a solid fence. That's a tough place to send a dog. They've got to have a lot of confidence to get by there. You know, that's tight. There's not a lot of room. It's a dangerous area for them. They know it. So a lot of dogs don't want to go there. You have to have a dog with a lot of confidence. But there they go. Right through obstacle number 3, and now they're going to cross drive. Cross drive to obstacle number 4. Nice job. They're at 3 minutes walking through obstacle number 4. On to obstacle number 5. Still got lots of time. Okay. Nice job, Zach. All of them through obstacle number 5. Zach's going to back up and get in position for the load and sort. Remember, all the cattle have to be consumed in the obstacle before they can sort. So they just can't run through even if they were to sort in the correct order. Looks like he's going to have 2 of them in there. Get that third one in. They're loaded. Now we need 2 out the right side. Oh, nice block. Yeah. Full score, 409 for Zach and Shay. All right, our last competitor. Our last competitor is Dennis Bisnet and DB Little Red. Okay, Dennis and Little Red are ready. Okay, I'm just told, while we're waiting on Dennis's cattle, I was just told that there will be a new link for day 2 for the live feed. You can go to Facebook and look for that in the morning. It'll be up tomorrow morning, not tonight, but I think Lauren will get it up as early as she possibly can, and you'll be able to follow us again. So look forward to talking to you all then. Thank you, Lisa. So let's see how Dennis does. He knows what he's got to do. He's off to a good start. Got about a 30-second fetch. Okay, Dennis knows what he's got to do. I think he's got to beat a 4:09. He's good on obstacle number 2 at 1:25 seconds. Moving on to obstacle number 3. That first black heifer kind of skirts around the top side, so Red's got to get out there, and now he's got to get him out of the obstacle. There he is. Now he's out. Send him around. Oh, a little bit. There's our overflank. That dog came way over to the right side of that cow and turned him to the back. So again, in an outside situation, wouldn't have been a problem at all. Now he's got him. And that one's going to lead the other ones right in there. Yep. Got a leader, got a follower. Okay. About 2.5 minutes, so he's halfway through his time. And he's out of obstacle number 3, headed on his cross drive across to obstacle number 4. Looks like we might have a volunteer. Yep. Oh, one on the top. That one on the top, I don't know that it made it or not. Nope, he's got to turn him around. I guess this is the advantage of going second after your nemesis runs. You know what you have to do. Whether you can get it done or not is something else, but you know what you have to do. So he's got him. One's through. Got to get all 3. Get them out of the way, Dennis. There you go. Okay. He's at 3.5 minutes. He's got 1.5 minutes. He's got lots of time. But he's got to get him through this obstacle first. So it kind of looks like his time's going to run out. I think Zach was about 4:09, if I'm not mistaken, and Dennis is at 4:10 right now. But he's going to give it all he can. Let's get him loaded, Dennis. Push him in. You got got 10 seconds left. Okay, now you're loaded. Good job, Dennis and Red. Yeah.
That's it for today, everyone. Thank you for coming. We'll be back 7 a.m. tomorrow morning for our members meeting for round 3.
In a world defined by movement, where the open road beckons with possibility, one name stands synonymous with reliability. Our drivers, the backbone of our operation, carry the weight of responsibility with every journey they undertake.
From coast to coast, we're here to ensure your cargo arrives safely and on time every time.
Sharp Transportation, the name in transportation you can trust.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.